Good morning, everyone. We will call this meeting to order. It's 11:31. We will start with our invocation this morning by Father Thomas Bartz with the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Good morning.
Good morning. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly King, O Comforter, the Spirit of truth, who art everywhere present and fillest all things, O treasury of every good and bestower of life, come and dwell in us and cleanse us from every stain and save our souls, O good one. We beseech thee, O Christ our God, to stretch forth thy hand and bless these civil servants. Grant them peace, wisdom, and discernment in handling any difficulty or challenge facing our city. Grant them, O Lord, peaceful times, that we in their tranquility may lead a calm and peaceful life in all reverence and godliness, sending up all glory, honor, and worship to the Father, Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Our Pledge of Allegiance this morning will be led by Miss Mariah Stipp, a fifth grader from the Incarnate Word Academy. Miss Mariah actually is the winner of our half day with the mayor. And also, according to the Incarnate Word Academy, she is an Angel Attribute Award winner for having a caring heart and helping others. She also continues to work on her public speaking to become a confident future leader. And I think today's a pretty good step in that direction. So if you want to lead us, Miss Mariah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Miss Mariah.
Go
well
Angels.
done.
Go Angels.
City Secretary, Miss Rebecca, would you please take roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Kaylin Paxson.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
Interim City Attorney Buck Bryce.
Present.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca. At this time, we will move on to item E for our city manager's update.
That's good.
Thank you, Peter.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council and the community. We do have two items on the city manager's report, and we're going to cover pedestrian safety awareness. Today is the first day back to school for our biggest school district, CCISD. And then we also want to talk about stage 2 water restrictions. As a reminder, we went back into stage 2 last week from stage 3. So watering is something now that we can do again in Corpus Christi. And we're just going to go over those rules. But before we do that, we're going to have Buck Bryce, our interim city attorney, recap some of the procedures that we'll be using in these next 30 days with respect to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. There's been some questions, and this will give just the council and the community an opportunity to hear the facts that we're going to be working under over these next 30 days. So, Buck, we'll turn it over to you for a moment.
Certainly. So, on August 7th, the City Council suspended Mayor Paulette Garjardo for 30 days. The suspension is effective from August 8th to September 6th. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 5 of the City Charter, the Mayor Pro Tem assumes all authority, rights, and benefits of the mayor during her absence. The City Council previously approved the Mayor Pro Tem service schedule, confirming Kaylin Paxson as Mayor Pro Tem for the term of July 14th, 2026 through October 12th, 2026. We are currently drafting a memo addressing the effects of the mayor's suspension.
Thank you, Buck.
That memo will come out to the full council and be shared with the community later this week. But the first day was that Saturday, this past Saturday. That was day 1, and so day 30 is September 6th. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, good. So with that, we're going to move on to our pedestrian safety awareness. And so today is, as we mentioned earlier, the first day of school, at least for CCISD. I know some of the other districts went back some time ago. But being that we want to remind our driving community and our children and parents about this event, that parents, students, and neighbors and motorists traveling past schools and along the campuses need to be extra vigilant and just be mindful of these children and teens that are walking to school. We've had the summer off and we haven't seen them out there, but now they're there. And we did prepare a short video that we want to show now that not only highlights how we're ready for children going back to school, but in general how this city council and this city has made improvements in pedestrian mobility throughout our city compared to what we had some time ago. So let's show this video real quick, and then I'll come back with just some concluding comments, and then we'll go into our second item.
Every intersection, every crosswalk, and every traffic signal has one purpose: pedestrian safety and helping people get where they need to go. With students returning to school this week, it's a timely reminder that roadway safety is a shared responsibility. In 2020, the Corpus Christi City Council adopted a Vision Zero resolution, establishing a safe systems approach that recognizes traffic deaths and serious injuries are preventable. That commitment continues to guide how Public Works plans, designs, and improves the city's transportation network. Since then, the city has continued investing in roadway improvements, pedestrian infrastructure, and advanced traffic technology. Creating safer streets starts with thoughtful engineering. Across Corpus Christi, Public Works has expanded high-visibility crosswalks, installed accessible pedestrian signals to assist those who may have vision or hearing impairment, enhanced school crossings, and constructed signalized mid-block crossings in areas with high pedestrian activity. The city has also added rectangular rapid flashing beacons at key crossings to improve driver awareness and increase pedestrian visibility. Each improvement is designed to make crossing the street safer for residents of all ages and abilities. Safety doesn't stop at the curb. The city's Traffic Management Center manages more than 250 signalized intersections using live surveillance cameras, advanced radar detection, and traffic performance software. This technology provides engineers and technicians with real-time information that helps improve signal timing, identify operational issues, and make data-driven decisions that improve mobility while enhancing safety for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. Public Works also continues modernizing traffic infrastructure throughout Corpus Christi. Recent improvements include replacing aging traffic signals, upgrading pedestrian signal equipment, expanding flashing yellow arrows, improving roadway lighting, and installing advanced vehicle detection technology at intersections.
At Public Works, we've created a culture of safety. We're making investments to light our streets, update our school zones, make crosswalks more visible, and use technology to improve the safety of our signalized intersections for drivers, cyclists, and all pedestrians, including individuals who are hearing and vision impaired. We believe every life matters, so creating safer streets to save lives is our ultimate goal.
As the majority of Corpus Christi students return to the classroom this week, Public Works is helping ensure school zones are ready for another school year. The city maintains 167 school zone flashing beacons, including 99 serving Corpus Christi ISD campuses. Additional beacons also serve the following schools. The technology allows staff to adjust school zone schedules within seconds for early dismissals, delayed starts, and special events. To further improve pedestrian safety, the city also maintains signalized mid-block crossings, including one at Ray High School, along with 20 rectangular rapid flashing beacon crossings that improve visibility and provide safer crossing opportunities for families and school staff. As traffic increases around campuses, motorists are reminded to slow down, stay alert, obey school zone speed limits, and watch for children in school zones, crosswalks, and intersections. The City of Corpus Christi remains committed to pedestrian safety and wishes all students returning to school to have a safe and successful year.
Okay. Yeah, that was a nice video produced by the city, so that'll be on our social media platforms as well. So as the video showed, we just want to remind the community that school is back in session, and so drive a little safer out there, be mindful of little children and mid-age children and teenagers as well, going to high school. Drivers should expect increased traffic around our school zones. Be mindful of the signs and the flashing beacons and adjust your speed accordingly. And then finally, we want to thank our Public Works Department. You can see the tremendous investment and excitement that they have in this aspect of keeping our community safe. Ernesto De La Garza is here, our Public Works Director. We want to thank him and his team, and also thank our Corpus Christi Police Department, who's here as well. They are a big part in monitoring speed limits and monitoring safety around our school zones. So we want to thank our police department and all the traffic officers who will be busier this time of year. So that concludes this first item, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know if there's any questions on it before we go to the next one.
I don't see any questions right now, but it's
Okay.
a super important topic, so thank you for listing that today.
Great, thank you. Okay, and so our second item, we're going to have Nick Winkleman, our Chief Operating Officer of Corpus Christi Water, go through a couple of slides there just to remind our community what we do in Stage 2 water restrictions. As we know, our western reservoirs have rebounded pretty nicely. We're still in a Stage 2, we're still in water restrictions. But Corpus Christians, like what most of Texans have been able to do for a long time now, can now start irrigating their properties at home, and Nick's going to go over that this morning. So Nick, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Just a quick overview of the current conditions. As the city manager stated, we've seen beneficial inflows, particularly into Lake Corpus Christi over the last month. And we'll talk about it more during the water supply update, but those inflows have all but ended. They are decreasing as we speak. We really think we'll see the last beneficial inflows later today or tomorrow. But if we could, we'd like to talk more about Stage 3, moving from Stage 3 to Stage 2 drought restrictions. Currently, the city, as of August 4th, a week ago, is now into Stage 2 water restrictions. And why is that? Well, it's due to the $1 billion of investment in developing a diversified regional water supply. It's the ongoing water saving efforts by all of our customers, in particular our residents. But I do want to say that those are efforts made by all customer classes. So we're pleased with the response that we've seen. And then, of course, the beneficial point that we've seen over the last month is recent rainfall in the upper Nueces and Frio River watersheds. That water has made its way to Lake Corpus Christi. We did see a little bit of a rebound in the Choke Canyon Reservoir, but that has all but ceased for the last week and a half or so. And like I said earlier, Lake Corpus Christi, those inflows will basically stop. They're almost down to where they should be, where they are typically. So we're starting to see a decrease in those inflows. And then I do want to say that Corpus Christi Water, along with the city, we continue our plan to diversify our water supply portfolio. So if we talk about Stage 2 restrictions, what are they and what do they mean? Watering lawns with an irrigation system or sprinklers is allowed once every other week on your designated watering day. You can go online and enter your address or look at the map to determine what is your designated watering day. And again, it is always recommended to water before 10 a.m. and after 6 p.m. So that is once every other week on your designated watering day. Watering using a handheld hose with a positive shutoff nozzle or a 5-gallon bucket can happen on any day, but again, we highly encourage all of our customers to water only before 10 a.m. or after 6 p.m. Foundation watering is allowed with a sprinkler or irrigation system that's on your designated watering day. However, the bullet before, you can absolutely water your foundation using a handheld hose with a automatic shutoff nozzle any day of the week. Allowed for in the drought contingency plan are exemptions. Those exemptions weren't allowed in stage 3. The drought contingency plan does allow for exemptions for new plantings, athletic fields, and other items. You can contact CCW at 361-826-1600 for more details, or go to the website. That explains the process to submit so that residents can request a temporary exemption. Other restrictions and just clarifications more than restrictions. Pools are allowed to be maintained and are still permitted. Of course, it is recommended to cover all pools when they're not in use, or also to use an evaporation additive when possible. That is something that our own Parks Department is using as well. We've seen beneficial impact to that. Golf courses can water greens and tees once every 2 weeks unless they're using auxiliary sources or reclaimed water reuse. Hotels and lodging facilities must maintain mandatory towel and linen reuse programs, changing linens by guest request only. That's something that has been in the drought contingency plan for a number of years now. And then, of course, the use of water to wash any motor vehicle, motorbike, boat, trailer, or other vehicle can be done. It can be done with a handheld hose with a shut-off nozzle on the hose, or you can use a 5-gallon bucket as well. But that can be done on any day of the week. This information can be easily found at the Stage 2 website, stage2.corpuschristitx.gov. On this page are frequently asked questions. You can use this page to identify what your watering day is and learn more about other ongoing projects, such as our diversification strategy of our water supply. There's a lot of great links on this page. If anyone has any questions, I would recommend they go to this page and or call us 826-1600. With that, I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. All right, we have a few questions. We'll go to Councilwoman Campos first.
Thank you. Nick, thank you for the great update. And yeah, I think we're all excited about being able to water our lawns. But could you tell us why we have to go to the website and check our designated day? I mean, why? Instead of like usually, I think before it was whenever we take out our trash, I think that's the way I remembered it, but now that's not the same day.
The process hasn't changed, Councilwoman. There was, I know previously, and some of the days do align with the designated trash day. However, we do have residential and commercial businesses, and also the decision was made a couple of years ago to map it out in terms of potential water usage. So we need to be very careful to spread the water usage out over the period of a week so that there's not an adverse impact to the system.
Okay, so some of us will be on our trash day and some of us will not. That's
yeah,
because it's been so long. I haven't. I don't even have a lawn anymore. I mean, honestly, in the front, but I do in the back. So anyway, I just want to be clear as people are asking me, well, okay, so when can I water? And I couldn't give them a simple answer because they actually have to go to the website and check with their address, correct?
Well, they can look at the map. I mean, there's clearly defined map on the website. And then we brought this up at the press conference last week, and we had the map as well in the atrium there at the police training facility. But we do recommend, just so that everyone knows for sure exactly when their watering day is, that they just go and double check. It's a process to do.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn?
Nick, I just need to clarify something. I got a telephone call this morning saying that the gates at the dam were broken, that y'all couldn't close them, y'all were releasing water. Is that true?
That is not true.
Okay.
What dam are you talking about?
Choke Canyon.
At Choke Canyon? No, so I will provide some detail. So we've been working with Three Rivers, the city up there. Per Three Rivers' request, they asked us to close the Bunger valve. That's the valve that allows water to flow into it past the dam and into the river. When the floodwaters were rising, the town of Three Rivers asked us to close that valve, which we did, and we talked to them about it. And then just recently, they asked us again to open that valve again, and we've opened it. The gates are perfectly functioning. We've just recently had Bureau of Reclamation inspections, and then this council has supported a number of improvement projects, both at Choke Canyon Reservoir and at Wesley Seal Dam. So the infrastructure is being taken care of.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cantu?
Thank you. Question. So today, we're our combined 43.3%, correct?
43.2, yeah.
Okay. So how long do you think that we're going to waste 3.3% of the water? How long will that take? If we have no rain, no more water coming, anything like that?
To get back to 20%?
To get to 40%.
To get to 40%?
Correct.
Oh, we think it's going to be a few weeks.
A few weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's from our modelers, Councilman, yeah.
But we're not 100% sure, right?
Well, it's one thing we know, and what we have seen is water usage increase over the last couple of days. So that's a number of reasons. One, it's been very hot and humid. We understand that. And two, we've gone to stage 2, so we've seen water usage increase. It's not as steady as it was.
I know you guys made a comment some time ago that if we get to over 40%, that we won't go to level 1. And because we'll only be on level 1 for a week or two, and we will confuse the community about the restrictions. My personal opinion is we should go back to level 1 because of the fact that that's our policy. Just because it's going to be only for 2 weeks, it's still our policy that we made. And I just don't understand why we don't use Lake Texana on the combined capacity, because we take majority of our water from Lake Texana. And I feel that the community has done their part, and they want to water the grass every day or every week. And I really feel that we need to really consider going to stage 1 if it's our policy, for one, and then for 2, we really need to consider putting Lake Texana in our combined capacity. It's enough already protecting industry. We got to make sure our community comes first, and I just don't understand why we don't do that. And if our policy says over 40%, we go to stage 1, we should be going to stage 1. We make the policy, and we're not even following our own policy.
Yes, Councilman, in regards to Lake Texana, so the city has a contractual amount of water that it purchases every year from LNRA, who manages Lake Texana. What we do know, and we were very close to it this year, is that they have and will enact the ability to curtail us. So that is not a confirmed amount, because LNRA could curtail us from that amount. One thing that I would like to tell you, and we are committed to, and the city manager has asked us to look into this, is once we bring on those new water supplies, to look very closely at those triggering percentages and to better understand the holistic view of the water system instead of just solely relying on the western reservoirs, which we currently are.
Because if I'm not mistaken, the water project that Dan's doing for us, the reuse, how many MGDs per day is that?
The total program could account for 16 million gallons a day.
Pretty much all the residents in Corpus Christi use per day. You know, we shouldn't be in stage 2. We should be in stage 1, in my personal opinion. And another thing is that the community just thinks that we just get our water from the 2 lakes, because we never talk about Lake Texana. And Lake Texana, we bring, 70 million gallons a day from there?
It's currently about 40 million gallons a day from Lake Texana and about 32 million gallons a day from the Lower Colorado River.
So 40, 50, 70, over 70
Combined. 72
From
combined.
that reservoir in Lake Texana area, okay. And people don't know that. People just see two lakes that were running dry, and now we found some relief, and I just feel that, if our policy says stage 1, 40%, we need to go by our policy. That's just my opinion. But anyhow, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I don't see any other questions, but thank you for giving that
Thank you.
positive update for us. Very helpful. Thank you. Okay, at this time, it is 11:55. In anticipation for public comment to be about noon, we'll go ahead and move to that section. So I will read over our public comment information. I want to take a quick moment and remind everyone that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum to help ensure our meetings remain orderly, respectful, and productive. Copies of the rules of decorum are available at the City Secretary's office across the hall and are also available on the city's website. I ask everyone to please conduct themselves accordingly. We are here to do the people's work, and we would like to proceed in that spirit. When you come forward, please state your name and the city in which you reside before beginning your comments. In-person speakers will have up to 3 minutes. For callers and WebEx participants, Corpus Christi residents will have up to 3 minutes, and non-residents will have up to 1 minute. The timer located at the City Secretary's desk will help keep everyone within the allotted time. If you have a petition or other materials you would like the council to receive, please provide them to the City Secretary before you begin speaking. And with that, our first public commenter this morning is Bradley Bartleson.
Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi. Cormix, Qualtex, and mass balance are the stated basis for TCEQ's Inner Harbor permit. Errant input conditions and assumptions falsely projected the Corpus Christi Bay as the recipient of the effluent instead of Nueces Bay. The permit stated basis was the applicant's Cormix model and TCEQ's Qualtex model. They performed a mass balance using those two things to arrive at the bulk salinity increase at Nueces Bay Power Station, which pumps from Inner Harbor into Nueces Bay. Cormix is a 1D plus steady state, straight channel flow model. Consultant Ernest Toad performed the city's Cormix modeling submitted to TCEQ. His work has Corpus Christi polymer at a net 8 MGD flow, followed by the power station at 14.5, then the proposed desal plant at a net 30 MGD before heading to Corpus Christi Bay. That's left to right. However, the NBPS flow isn't 14.5, it's 300. That changes the entire picture. Model tidal flow input can be mass checked by calculating the transfer of flow in and out of this controlled volume, resulting in a flow rate that's 2 orders of magnitude less than Tow was looking at. The recent far-field study modelers acquired and used the real data from the power plant flow shown here. The Doppler sensor work that Tow looked at could only read halfway across the channel and couldn't reveal the cross flow occurring on the other side. The far field models, other studies, and anecdotal experiences confirm that we have cross flow condition. The desal plant side of the channel flow is opposite of that flowing to the power plant. And Dr. Ward's work also confirms this crossflow. So during both incoming and outgoing tides, the power plant flow dominates. Envision that we have 3 people sucking through straws from the same cup, one with a much larger straw. Who do you think determines the flow pattern in the cup? Our power plant flow.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Isabel Araiza? Isabel Araiza? Vidal Conde?
My name is Vidal Conde, District 1. Good morning, City Council. The reason that I'm here is, aside from many different things that are going on in Corpus Christi with the water, the desal, and so many things, sometimes I think we overlook about bringing attention to our homeless crisis that we have in Corpus Christi. Right now, there's approximately 1,800 homeless individuals in Corpus Christi, and approximately 70 of those are veterans. Some of these people maybe had a bad year, or maybe they choose to live that type of lifestyle. And this is something that I want to accentuate today, is that there are different programs out there that do help these individuals that are in unfortunate situations. For a while here, I've been volunteering for Bay Area Fellowship, which was Bay Area Fellowship, and now it's a Church Unlimited. And they have a facility at 3701 Mueller Street on the west side of Corpus Christi. It's on the corner of Mueller and Leopard. And what it is, it's like an elementary school that was abandoned. And what Church Unlimited went in there is they went in there and they retrofitted and they turned it into something that services the community. I have something here. I don't know if y'all can span into it. Where would I place this?
Can you set it between those 2 touch screens?
And so those are the numbers that they do. But basically what it is, it's a facility. It's a one-stop shop. If you're homeless, if you're a senior citizen, if you're elderly, if you're, have a disability and you need food, or you need counseling, or you need worship, or you need a haircut, or you need a place to shower, that facility assists the community in that. And they not only service just Nueces County, they service 5 other surrounding counties in the community. So I urge everybody, to take note of that location. And if you ever have time, go visit it and see what they're about. It's a 501c3, and they also accept clothing donations. So if you have men's, women, and children's clothing. So if you have any clothing or anything like that you'd like to donate, or if you'd like to volunteer, or if you'd like to assist in catering, basically taking food from inside the facility to people's vehicles, they operate every Wednesday of every week from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And again, it's Church Unlimited West Side Missions on the west side of Corpus Christi at 3701 Mueller. You can make contact with myself there on Wednesday, or you can make contact with Pastor Cat. So just wanted to make everybody aware of that facility, and if you're having issues or you need counseling, they're there for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Conde. And I believe Dr. Isabel Araiza has just entered.
Isabel Araiza, District 2, co-founder For the Greater Good and co-organizer of the Fair Water Amendment. Later today, the city's interim attorney will claim that the Fair Water Amendment is a climate charter because he wants you to protect industry and to keep Fair Water Amendment off the November ballot. You know that the Fair Water Amendment is not a climate charter. It is a fairness charter. We called it the Fair Water Amendment. We gave the city language that could be used for the ballot, which you shared with the Secretary of the State's office, and they said that our language was fair and accurate. And now the city's interim attorney is trying to get you to keep the Fair Water Amendment off the ballot. This claim is disingenuous. It's so disingenuous that it's offensive. The line is very clear here. You have a vote to take today. That vote you take today will show the entire coastal bend if this council still is in the pocket of industry like it was in 2018, when the council voted 9-0 for the Sweetheart deal industry co-wrote with our water department, or if you vote with the people. This amendment is about giving the people the opportunity to address unfair, unbalanced water policy, not about climate. Back in 2016, I was often gobsmacked by the way City Council would bow to industry, giving them whatever they wanted, never pushing back, always voting 9-0. The latest drought showed how problematic industry's drought exemption surcharge fee was. Initially, Miles even said that when we were at emergency level, industry wouldn't have to pay $12 per 1,000 gallon surcharge because they paid 31 cents for a drought exemption surcharge fee. In 2022, Sylvia Campos and Jim Klein held town halls about the drought contingency plan. City staff was there, the water department was there, and we told everyone then that the drought exemption fee needed to end, and you ignored us. The city actually avoided updating the expired drought contingency plan altogether rather than addressing our concerns. In February of this year, we took matters into our own hands. We launched the Fair Water Amendment petition. We collected over 18,800 signatures, did our own verification process, and turned in 12,776 signatures to you. We needed 9,109 signatures from verified registered Corpus Christi voters, and according to the Texas Constitution, Chapter 9, Section 4. The city secretary's office said we had 11,588 verified signatures from registered Corpus Christi voters. That is 28% more than what we needed. The moral, ethical, and legal line is very clear, and you don't have to like our charter to put it on the ballot. You can vote to protect industry as the city attorney wants you to do, or you can follow the law. You can uphold democratic processes, put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot, let the people decide if industry gets to keep their Sweetheart deal. Maya Angelou once said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." Do better. Say no to the city attorney. Instead, side with the 11,588 validated signatures of Corpus Christi registered voters. Let the people decide.
Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Mark McCoyne.
I have this for the secretary. Good morning. Oh, sorry, okay. My name is Mark McCoyne from Maricopa, Arizona. Thank you, Mayor, not here, but City Council members and the citizens of Corpus Christi. I'm the founder of a nonprofit organization in intellectual property and technology for humanity. The nonprofit's mission is to identify, develop, and deploy intellectual property and technology that improves the quality of life, addresses the critical human needs while protecting the environment. I'm here to offer Corpus Christi 357 million gallons per day of free water from a private donor. That's 130 billion gallons a year. I cannot tell you about the private donor's process. It's held as a trade secret and cannot be disclosed. Much like Coca-Cola's formula is, and their process is not disclosed, while you get to enjoy the product, you don't get to know how it's made. I can tell you that this desalinated seawater would be done with no burden on the energy grid. I can tell you that this process creates green marine surplus energy with no carbon emissions. I can tell you that their process generates millions of tax and carbon credits. I can tell you that with today's current desalination technology, there is a nature-based problem with brine disposal, securing disposal permitting, where their process does not. I can tell you that their process recovers the brine and converts it into useful salt products sold well into established global markets. This donated water, the nonprofit will be distributed to the city for the benefit of the citizens of Corpus Christi. I'm here today asking for the City Council to make a motion for a meeting with the private donor's representative and myself to discuss potential identified locations by the private donor. We will reveal at this meeting the required logistics for the delivery of this free water. From the thousands of miles of coastline, Corpus Christi has been selected to receive the first opportunity to accept this offer of free water. But time is of the essence. Other cities have been identified to receive this same offer. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to our meeting with you and discussing the details of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoyne. I have Susie Saldana next.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. You know, I'm very careful today because I wanted to make sure I got everything right. So you're going to pardon me for a little while. Mayor Pro Tem and members of Council, today I want to say thank you to those members of this Council who were willing to look beyond anger, politics, pressure, and instead consider justice instead of being required. I especially want to thank Eric Cantu, Carolyn Paxton, Carolyn Vaughn, for the part you played in choosing a 30-day suspension over a much harder judgment in removing the mayor from office. Justice is not supposed to be about revenge. Justice is supposed to be about fair measure and based on facts, holding someone accountable instead of trying to destroy them. Whether we agree or disagree with what the mayor did, it's not up to us here in the podium, but up to the people of Corpus Christi, and you made that wonderful decision. You made it because you took justice over revenge. And I am so proud of each of you that did that, because you showed that it was important to listen to the voters and that the voters have a say. Doesn't matter what decisions you made, you did what you felt was right, and I'm proud of that fact. You didn't take revenge into your hands. You didn't take the opportunity to destroy an enemy. You took an opportunity to lift this city, and I thank you for it. The citizens of Corpus Christi, thank you for it. You have a lot of things coming up. You're not through with this fiasco by far. You still have some things to take care of. But you did the right thing. And I want people to know, especially you three, of how hard it was for you to do this. No one puts it past you that it wasn't hard. It was a hard decision. You did it. I'm proud of you, and the people that I've spoken to are proud of you because you did what you had to do. You did what you felt was right. You did what you needed to do and say what you needed to do. And as we close this section of it, let's remember how much challenges we have ahead of us. This man that just came in front of you is making an offer. Take a look at it, because water is still going to be one of our main problems. Water is still going to be something that we're challenged with. We praise God for what he's done and brought us water, but we still have challenges ahead of us. I want to take this time to say God bless each and every one of you, and thank you for thinking about Corpus Christi.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Elida Vasquez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elida Vasquez. I currently live in District 2, but also have large parts of my family residing in Districts 4 and 5. So this bill that the temporary city attorney is referencing, Senate Bill 1860, was enacted to address an entirely different measure, which bars cities from holding an election on a climate charter amendment unless the Texas legislature first approves it. The Texas Secretary of State already reviewed the FWA's ballot language in June of this year and found it not misleading, inaccurate, or prejudicial in any way. According to the very definition of what a climate charter is, there is no comprehensive rule or policy statement that purports to address climate change or the municipality's environmental impact, including water and energy use within the Fair Water Amendment's ballot language. If that were true, wouldn't some sort of climate charter have been necessary for the recent rate change? Shouldn't the state have been involved in that if this were to also be considered a climate charter? As you know, once a citizen petition is validated, the council is required by law to put it on the ballot. This climate charter label is a loophole that the temporary city attorney is proposing to use to get around that requirement. Because the legislature is not in session again until 2027, declaring the Fair Water Amendment a climate charter would mean that the measure would not appear on the November 2026 ballot, despite the city's duty to place a validated citizen petition before voters. The FWA petition was validated by the city secretary on July 20th, thanks to resident-led efforts gathering 33% more petition signatures than what was required. There is no legitimate concern about how the measure would appear on the ballot. For these reasons, I encourage you to vote to adopt the FWA language as is and place it on the November ballot. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I want to start by saying that they could build affordable housing at the same speed that they build data centers. I want to start there because something has been told to me repeatedly by people in positions of power. They pull me aside and they tell me, Ms. Garza, I agree with you wholeheartedly. You make sense when you talk about reducing homelessness and reducing crime through housing. And then there comes the but. But it's not a priority for my shareholders at this time. But my union doesn't let me agree with you publicly. And this is my favorite, but I could lose my job if I publicly agree with you. But then they say something to me that stays with me. Whatever you do, Ms. Garza, please keep showing up. It is making a difference. So here I am, still showing up, still asking you to hear me and then act, because I understand that each of you is only one person, one vote, one piece of a much larger system. But I used to think the same thing about myself. I am one person. What could a broke, brown, gay woman possibly do to change something that people with far more money, power, and resources couldn't? But I kept showing up. And what I have learned is that housing is not an abstract policy issue. It is the difference between a person having a key or sleeping on the concrete. It is the difference between a veteran going home or spending another night in a dumpster. It is the difference between a family being able to keep their children or becoming another statistic. I know people here in Corpus Christi who have housing vouchers in their hands and nowhere to use them. I know veterans who have served this country and are still sleeping outside because a voucher is meaningless when there is no affordable unit available. And I am tired of telling those people to be patient. I am tired of telling them to wait for another study, another committee, another funding cycle, another city council. Because the numbers are telling us what our neighbors have been telling us for years. Corpus Christi's median household income is about $67,000. Our median gross rent is $1,292 a month. That is like Austin prices here. And what's even more disturbing is that more than 1 in 4 households, 26.6%, are severely cost burdened, spending more than half of their income on housing. That is not a handful of people who made bad choices. That is a housing system that is failing people. And the city already knows it. The city's own community needs assessment says Corpus has significant need for new affordable rental housing, and that our existing housing stock is aging and the market is not adequately serving the people that it should be. And frankly, I think we have proven that when we decide that something is a priority, we can move. I have faith in the newly elected leadership board and boards of the Corpus Christi Housing Authority. Now is the time to be using funding appropriately and not subsidizing your aging own city buildings.
Thank you. Eddie Espinosa.
Good afternoon, Corpus Christi. My name is Eddie Espinosa, Green Party candidate for Congress in District 34, which runs from Corpus Christi to Brownsville. I urge you to place the Fair Water Amendment on the November ballot. 12,000 local signatures should not be ignored. The city attorney should not use bureaucratic loopholes to block the will of the people. Global warming is here full force, so we need big industry to pay their fair share for water to pay for water solutions. Furthermore, they need to be placed on a strict water diet. We must protect our people, our water, and our ecosystems, not big industry. Listen to the locals, choose transparency, and put the amendment on the ballot. people, planet, and peace before profits and corporations. Vote Green Party in November. Do not trust Corpus Christi with corrupt Valley politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Selena Obregon Benavides.
Selena Obregon Benavides, District 3. I was born in Corpus, and I didn't move back to Corpus until 1998 when I was 14. And I was lucky enough to be a military brat who lived in so many different states and so many different countries. And I remember growing up and riding my bike and looking at the stars and even being able to see the Milky Way, something my kids don't get to see here in Corpus Christi because we put industry above the people. I feel that you guys should vote to put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot because you guys are supposed to work for the people and not industry. We talk about all the things that they do, but we don't talk about the high turnover rates. We don't talk about how they're furloughed for months at a time. And we don't talk about the low morale there or the very few opportunities for advancement unless you come from out of state or out of city. You guys need to put the people first. Mark 6:24. No man can serve two masters, for you will love the one or hate the other, or you hold on to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. You cannot serve industry and serve the people at the same time because there's a conflict of interest. You guys work for the people. Put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot.
Julian Hernandez.
Julian Hernandez, good afternoon, Council. As everybody said before me, Dr. Araiza and everybody else can speak more eloquently on it. I'm here to talk about the Fair Water Amendment. But first, what started me coming here. I worked out of town for many years, and I was a lineman that built a lot of transmission power lines. So I didn't get to spend a lot of time here at home, but when I came back, this whole desal thing is what caught my attention. And it wasn't the whole desal portion of it, it was the price tag. And then I have, so I have barely a 9th grade education. Graduated with a good enough degree, a GED. But I work better with my hands than I do, I guess, with my mind. But coming here, I noticed that stuff wasn't just right. And I think I've said it before. Why did I stay? I stayed because the Fair Water Amendment. I stayed because of the waste of money, the rising cost, and the corruption. For the folks that I heard initially about the whole desal and everything else, the price tag, and I started doing my homework, I thought to myself that how could one person make a difference? And they did. I was actually so proud of the group of people that kept on coming and showing up because I was one of the ones that didn't. And shame on me. I'm one of the ones that helped collect the names. I stood at various locations. I did like all of you guys and women. I block walked, met a lot of people. And they were all, and my deal was, for one, if you understand a little bit of it, then you'd be doing the same thing I was, because with a barely 9th grade education, I understood it. I read all the stuff and everything else, but talking to the people, everybody was really, only one person refused to sign it, but his wife did. And the person that refused to sign it wasn't because he didn't agree with it, it was because he worked for one of the refineries, and he didn't want his name attached to it. But he was totally in agreement with it. And to see that, we talk about transparency here and everything else, and to see that they don't want to take it to the voters, it says something about whoever's pushing that agenda. And it's disgusting, and you know, here I am again, and I had to come and talk about it just for 3 minutes because of that. And I hope you vote to put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Armand Alex?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. What is before you is a legal memo from the Texas Civil Rights Project. My name is Armand Alex. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, born and raised, and I serve as the Fair Water Amendment Director. I'm here today with a very simple request: place the Fair Water Amendment on the November ballot this year and let Corpus Christi voters decide. The people of Corpus Christi followed the process. The petitions were submitted to the City Secretary on June 15th. The city reviewed the signatures, and on July 20th, the city secretary determined that the petition had met the required threshold. The city secretary also submitted our proposed ballot language to the Texas Secretary of State, which approved that language. Residents did what was required of them as stated in the city charter. They signed petitions, those petitions were reviewed, and the petition qualified. I also want to be very clear about what the Fair Water Amendment is. It addresses one existing city policy, the drought exemption surcharge, available to large industrial water users. It does not create a citywide climate plan. It does not create a climate department or a massive commission. It does not establish broad environmental policy. That distinction matters because SB 1860 doesn't simply say that any charter amendment involving water is a climate charter. That statute defines a climate charter as a comprehensive rule or policy statement addressing climate change or the municipality's environmental impact. The city attorney's proposed ordinance argues that because the Fair Water Amendment contains provisions under drought surcharges, conservation, and implementation, that those provisions together make it comprehensive. But the amendment itself expressly states that it has a single purpose: fairness in cost sharing and conservation obligations during declared drought conditions. And every provision relates back to that one purpose, the drought surcharge exemption. You can stop sharing the slides now. We submitted over 12,000 signatures to the city. The requirement was 9,000, and ultimately the city secretary validated the petition. Those numbers represent thousands of Corpus Christi residents who stopped and asked to participate in their local democracy because they're tired of unfairness. Today, you are not being asked whether you personally support the Fair Water Amendment. You do not have to agree with the Fair Water Amendment. That is what an election is for. We are asking you to reject the city attorney's faulty climate charter interpretation, approve the ordinance ordering the November election, and allow the people of Corpus Christi to make this decision themselves. Let residents decide as required by our city charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Adam Rios?
Good morning, members of City Council, City staff. My name is Adam Rios. I'm here with my indeed brother, Mr. Falcon, or Mr. Falcon, or as I know him, his first name. We're here today to speak about the 30th annual Lapon Apache Veterans Powwow and to invite our city to recognize what this gathering represents. A powwow is more than an event. It is a gathering of people. It is remembrance. It is education. It is ceremony, song, dance, family, veterans, elders, children, and community. And while the powwow carries the Lipan Apache name, it is in its spirit intertribal and intercultural, as I am recognized amongst my White Mountain Coyote clan. Our circle welcomes people from different tribal nations, different cultures, different walks of life. And most importantly, we honor our veterans at this powwow. Not just India veterans, but all veterans. Not just Apache warriors, not just Native veterans, all who raised their hand and served this country. That carries particular meaning within the Native communities, as American Indians have a long and extraordinary history of military service to the United States. Our people have served this nation even through generations when our own languages, ceremonies, lands, and identities were under tremendous pressure, and still we served. But this powwow is equally about education. Too often we're presented as something belonging to the past, as if we died off in the 1800s. Well, we are still here. Our cultures are still here. Our language is still here. Most importantly, our veterans are here. Our artists are here. Our dancers, our singers, our elders, and our children. Gatherings like the Lipan Apache Veterans Powwow give our neighbors an opportunity to experience living within Native culture, to hear the drum, see the regalia, and ask respectful questions. And that matters here in South Texas. The history of this land did not begin with the arrival of Europeans, and Native history is not separate from the history of Texas. We are continuing it. That is how a community is built. We'd like to invite the council and the community to stand with us, learn with us, celebrate with us, and most importantly, help honor the men and women who served this country. Different nations, different cultures, different stories. One circle, one community, and one shared responsibility to remember those who served and to carry our history forward. I want to thank everybody who has donated to this cause. These things, it'll be at the Hilliard Center. They're not cheap to put on. We've had a lot of donors. We are still looking for donors to help ensure that this remains free and open to the public. We are already planning for the fourth one, and we want to expand this. We want this to be the premier powwow, not just within the state, but within the region. As a proud member of the American Indian Community Central Texas chapter, I am proud to announce that there will be a presence of them here at this powwow. And most importantly, when I brought up education, this is about as real as it gets. Well, we're out of time. Thank you all very much. We hope you reach out to us and are interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Martinez.
Hello, Cheryl Martinez, District 2. The records that I sent you, that I have up there, they're obtained through open records request, show that $40,000 in animal control expenses from December through May for services provided outside the shelter. This figure does not include payroll costs or the cost of having 2 animal control officers waiting at Oso Creek Animal Hospital. Oso Creek informed me that often officers are waiting for approximately 2 hours before being seen. These are taxpayer dollars that I believe could be used more efficiently. We do not have to agree on every issue or even like each other to work together for the benefit of our taxpayers, residents, and the animals in our community. An example is I recently offered to have one of our veterinarians examine a dog that had been picked up from my own neighborhood free of charge. I was told that the city could not utilize our services because of an agreement with Oso Creek. After submitting open records request, no agreement exists. Since Dr. Draper's resignation last year, the city has not secured a full-time shelter veterinarian. As a result, animals are being transported to Oso Creek for services that could be performed locally at a lower cost. PAC was selected as one of only 35 organizations in Texas to receive state grant funding for spay and neuter, including shelter pets. That means many shelter animals can be sterilized at no cost to the city. We are providing these services to municipalities throughout our 9-county service area. Why are city funds being spent on surgeries that could be provided at no cost through available grant funding? And I have offered multiple times. Reducing euthanasia is an important goal, but should not be the only measure of success. As a city, we should not boast that we have not euthanized an animal when we have animals in shelters for months, or residents are turned away because there's no space. The underlying community problem is not being solved. Finally, I would like to address the recent spay and neuter fund solicitation. Initially, the city received no bids. Procurement Procurement later informed me that they had encouraged city leadership to reach out to local providers to increase participation. PAC was never contacted. After learning about the solicitation, I requested a debriefing with them, and your procurement department is amazing, by the way. During that meeting, they told me, they acknowledged we should have been notified. We've had previous contracts with the city, and informed me that they did change procedures so this never happens again. I do feel that this was unethical that we were not even invited to bid, being that we are the largest in South Texas. My goal today is to encourage collaboration. I believe there are opportunities to reduce costs, improve services, and better utilize local resources. I remain willing, as always, to work with the city, Animal Care Service, and council to accomplish these goals for the benefit of our community, our taxpayers, and the animals that we all serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Councilmember Cantu.
Peter, can we get Sony to give us a report on this? For one, do we have a contract with Oso Creek?
Right.
And if we do not, can we get one in place with prices? And then if we're spending all this money, we should bid it out and see will be cheaper. You know, she's been offering her services to the city, so you know, maybe look at that and see how much we could save and stuff like that. And also, I think we need another update on the director position.
Right. Yeah, Councilman, we can, I already asked Sony to get a report to some of the statements made by Ms. Martinez.
Okay.
One thing to highlight is that Oso Creek is open, and most of those charges, I believe, I haven't seen the report, I don't know if there's an extra one, but most of those charges are due to overnight services. And so Ms. Martinez's operation is not open overnight, you know, like at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
Well, maybe we could, you know, work something out with her. Maybe she'll open, you know, extended hours, or maybe you know, she will do something different, on-call service or something like that. You know.
Right. Yeah. So
but just hear her out and see what we can do.
We will. This is the first I'm seeing of this, so we'll look into it. But that's just the quick response, is that most of these charges are due to overnight services, but, and we'll find out if it was procured or not, and then we'll give an update on the animal care director.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, for that
You're welcome.
update.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I have Lisa Yanes.
Hi, Lisa Yanes, D4. So this is going to be like school again. So what is a climate charter? That's the question many of us have been asking ourselves, and how it establishes any correlation in what we, the people, are trying to achieve. A climate charter is a voter-approved city law that establishes very broad environmental policies to mandate municipal actions to its governing constitution, like cutting carbon emissions or setting up renewable energy targets. Now, is changing water rates considered a climate charter? No, it's not. A water rate change is a pricing adjustment set by you guys. You didn't have to get approval by the state or even from us. All you had to do was put on your big boy pants, make the decision whether it's for the good or the detriment of your constituents. Now, things are supposed to change during a drought, and so far we've been told a lot of lies. According to the city's own drought contingency plan, the 10 companies that signed the 2018 agreement with the city do not have to curtail at all. They don't even have to be transparent with us and tell us which companies got this sweetheart deal. Under the drought contingency, Article 12, Chapter 55 of the City Ordinance Code, 55 through 159, large volume industrial customers paying the exemption fee are also exempt from the city's curtailment of water during restriction stages 1, 2, and 3. So those are customers using 100,000 gallons of water a day. Taking that in consideration, I use about 2-3 tea-gallons a month. I try to conserve water as much as I can, but I like long showers. Completely against the city going to our senior citizen centers, telling our elderly that showers should only last 7 minutes. Sorry, that's not acceptable. I think it takes my mom that long to get in and out of this shower. But anyways, now, according to KRS 6 News, the city has proclaimed that even though the companies are exempt from the surcharges, it does not excuse them from mandatory water conservation rules and curtailment. but that is completely incorrect according to your own drought policies. So there are a few things that I don't understand and why we have to fight the city on this. In June, the drought contingency plan was updated and amends the surcharges that would apply to the water emergency. In the new plan, all large volume customers would be subject to surcharges regardless of participation in the 2018 fee program. So if it was that easy, why are you expecting the rest of us to jump through hoops to accomplish almost the same verbiage while you can wave your wand and it's done so quickly? A councilman even stated that it should make us happy now, like scraps being thrown out to the dogs. Surcharges may be the only way, the only tool to enforce water cuts for users who have exceeded their allocation with whatever imaginary numbers they tell us. You know, according to state law, we can even turn their water off if they fail to curtail, but that would never actually happen here. So, Mr. Bob Paulson, the executive director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association, described the program as a win for the city because they received $6 million for
Thank
no
you,
reason.
Ms. Yanes. Laramie Fain.
All right, what up, Council? Laramie Fain, District 2. Look, man, I have volunteered my time and my labor and my dedication to collecting signatures for the Fair Water Amendment because I believe in it. And in my time doing that, I talked to a lot of people from all walks of life, from across the political spectrum, and what I can tell you is that it doesn't really do anything to address climate change. It's not it doesn't fit the definition of a climate charter. It's about our city's backwards economic policies and common sense. Because the argument that I hear most often is that if we end the drought surcharge exemption fee, the city's going to lose revenue. Currently, high volume water users pay 31 cents per 1,000 gallons year-round, even outside of times of drought. But in exchange, we cannot implement any sort of surcharge, fines, fees against them for overuse during times of drought. But the thing is that we have been under some level of drought restriction since June of 2022. So that's 4 years that we could have been collecting an exponentially higher amount of money from high volume water users. But we can't do that because of the agreement that we've entered into. So implementing these surcharges would do two things. One is we collect more money for the special water fund, which can look like a lot of things outside of desalination, but I'll save that for next month. And two, actually incentivizes curtailment and conservation by the entities using the majority of water. It would incentivize them to curtail proportionately and fairly. Because I've said time and again, they will not curtail their usage until it becomes more profitable for them to do so. They have no incentive to curtail because they face no financial repercussions. And that's their bottom line, is economics. They don't care about the ethics, they don't care about the people, it's their pocket, man. Y'all know this? So, as far as I'm concerned, the Fair Water Amendment represents the working class people of Corpus Christi collectivizing our will and our efforts and our power to engage in the democratic process. We did it fair and square, by y'all's rules, checked every box along the way, brought it to you, said good to go. We pulled it off. You didn't think that we could. And now it's like, okay, loophole, loophole, loophole. So, you have an option today. Do the right thing, fair is fair.
Mr. Followell.
Okay, thank you. I had my own timer up here, but I failed to reset it, so it's not gonna work, that's okay. From now on, though, if y'all violate my rights, every second that you take away from me, I will sue you personally and the city personally. And for everybody watching, that's every American citizen out there. If you listen to me and what I just said, if you have to go to trial, or you have to go, if you're on a jury and you gotta go to trial for one of us, somebody that these people violated your rights for, remember what the price of slavery is, because they're making you a slave, that's why you're there. I don't think there's any kind of threshold number on that, and I think you'll agree. So remember, jurors of our peer, go after them and not us, right? So I came here 2 weeks ago. I had a subject I want to talk about, which I hope I get to, but there's some more issues that came up while I was here. Like this gentleman right here, cop, playing on his phone looking at houses, the other one in the back sleeping. The one sleeping is already published on Facebook, by the way. Kudos, buddy, in the back right left-hand corner. Anyway, if these guys can play on their phones and sleep, why do we have them here? And I know we're not going to fire him because Officer Martinez beats cop and beats women. He didn't go anywhere. Playing on his phone, sleeping. I guess these guys will be here another 2 or 3 years before we fire them. Is that how that works? Funny, isn't it? Traitor. Okay, so I wanted to talk last week on agenda item E2 with Mr. Weasley when he got up here. I was denied. So for everybody watching, Texas Open Meeting Act, we are allowed to talk on agenda items, every single one of them, no matter what these tyrants say. We're allowed to talk during, we're allowed to talk before, and before they vote. Y'all violated my first and 14th, am I right? Anybody from 2 weeks ago that wanted to talk to, they violated your rights, come talk to me, we can sue them. I don't mind helping you. Y'all live and learn, right? I'm here to teach you. It cost me a lot to learn, but I learned. So on that, y'all decided that y'all were gonna clap for Mr. Weasley. What is that? Violation of decorum. If you don't know your decorum, I expect you to read it. Every agenda item follows decorum, not just us. Y'all are not allowed to clap. Citizens, next time they clap, stand up and boo. They have now set precedent. What's that mean? That means they got there, set precedent so we can boo at them. If they try to arrest you, sue them for a First and 14th Amendment right violation. Y'all are welcome. Now, what I came to talk about, both times, I kind of already hit on it. Officer Martinez beat a woman. They said he was fired. We haven't seen anything. Chief Merkel didn't put anything out, but his officers play on the phone and sleep in the back. So what do we expect from Chief Merkel? You hate the Constitution, tried to arrest me numerous times. So Ms. Sanchez watched the whole thing. That's a cop. Watched Martinez beat a woman, didn't do anything about it, but go after the person that was being abused. Way to go, cops. Manuel Hernandez beat a man going to work in his truck. He still works here. This happened before Martinez beat a woman. What are we doing about that, Chief Merkel? Myrtle, turtle, whatever you want to call yourself, coward. Citizens are threatened with arrest, but y'all ain't. That shit's gonna change.
Thank you, Mr. Followell. Andrea Puyol.
Hello, District 2, Andrea Puyol. I'm here to talk about the Fair Water Amendment. As many have mentioned already, this petition has already been validated. And once that's happened, the council is required by law to put it on the ballot. So this is now trying to be blocked by giving the Fair Water Amendment the label of a climate charter. The climate charter label is an attempt by the city attorney to prevent this from getting on the ballot and letting the voters have a voice and have a say. A climate charter is a very different kind of measure. The Texas Secretary of State already reviewed the FWA's ballot language in June and found no issue with it. There was no legitimate concern about how the measure would appear on the ballot. The motivation behind blocking this is very obviously to defend these water-guzzling corporations, let them keep their discount, and use as much of our water as they want. It's a shame that these corporations are being made more of a priority than the people even giving the people a chance to have a say. The Fair Water Amendment does one thing: reversing the city's special exemption program for industry. And it's the opposite of comprehensive, one of the requirements for it to even be labeled a climate charter. It's time for these corporations to pay their fair share, and even if we don't agree with that, I think it's valid to at least let the voters decide. The community effort behind the Fair Water Amendment got nearly 13,000 signatures, and that took a lot. That was a lot of people that were behind that effort. A lot of conversations were had, and I think I even heard that we actually got over 18,000 signatures, but because we had to, we had to submit these by a certain deadline, we were only able to verify almost 13,000. But that's a lot. That's a lot of conversations. And almost every volunteer, every canvasser that I spoke to, they said, yeah, this is one of the easiest things I've ever had to canvass for, because everyone agrees it's not fair that they get a discount. It's not fair how they are charged. And they use so much water. So I just think all of that effort, it goes to show that a lot of people said yes to this, and they want a chance to have their voices be heard, and they want to vote on this. I think it's really laughable that the process that we use to give all of you sitting up there the seats and the positions of power that you have to make decisions that affect us, you want to take that same process away for something that voters have made a petition effort for and gotten thousands and thousands of signatures. It's not fair. So by blocking this, you're telling the voters that you do not have a voice. You do not have a say in how your water is managed, how different customers are charged. You are telling the voters your voice does not matter if you block this. I'm basically out of time. So put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot, do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Puyol. Eli McKay.
Gonna have to channel my inner Mark Munster today. My name is Eli McKay, and I live on the historic North Side in District 1. So I'm here today to speak on item 28 and to ask you to please reject the city attorney's recommendation to declare the Fair Water Amendment a climate charter under SB 1860 and instead do what's right, place it on the November ballot. SB 1860's own legislative history tells you exactly what a climate charter actually looks like. Its authors pointed directly and specifically to El Paso's Proposition K as the example of a charter amendment that the state law was written to prevent. Regardless of your feelings about whether state lawmakers should be subverting local control at all, the fact is Prop K was indeed a comprehensive climate policy. Prop K called for publicly owned electrical utility, set citywide air emission standard, and created a full climate department in the city. The word climate appears in Prop K 105 times. The word climate does not appear once in the Fair Water Amendment, not once. And that's because the FWA is not about climate, nor is it a comprehensive policy. The FWA does exactly one thing. It ends the drought surcharge exemption for large industrial water users and requires them to actually pay the surcharges. And the City Council record also backs that up. When the City Council adopted the exemption program in 2018, your predecessors never once cited climate or the environment. Instead, they talked about economic development and infrastructure financing. It's simply not credible to today call the FWA a climate or environmental measure when the very ordinance it repeals was never presented as having any climate or environmental rationale. More than 12,000 Corpus Christi voters signed a petition to have their say on this. The legislative history is clear and the council record is clear. The text of the FWA is clear and the law is clear. I know y'all received several legal opinions on this. I handed you one last council meeting. Please follow your legal duty the same way that you did through the recent trial. Reject the city attorney's recommendation and put the Fair Water Amendment on the November ballot where it belongs. Didn't anticipate to have 30 seconds left because I usually talk slower. I wrote my comment today because this is a very emotional thing for me. I spent countless hours volunteering my time to make sure that this was honest, transparent, and clear. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina McKay.
Christina McKay, District 1. I've been thinking about this day since February 4th, when the Fair Water Amendment launched. Back then, I didn't know yet how incredible the effort behind the FWA would become. I didn't know yet that my spouse and I would work enough to occupy a full-time job for a year. We worked that many hours in this 4 months. I didn't know yet that we would have nearly 100 community members circulating this petition. And I didn't know yet that my neighbors from across the political spectrum would set aside their differences to work together for a more equitable Corpus Christi. But I knew already that I couldn't wait to thank everybody who had been a part of this historic moment. I couldn't wait to tell my neighbors that we did it, and now it's up to them. I couldn't wait to show them that democracy is still real and that they deserve to be a part of it. And now here we are, and I want to celebrate this incredible achievement, and I am crushed. I'm so sad, you guys. I shouldn't have to come up here and beg you for what we've earned. The assistant city attorney is engaging in disingenuous mental gymnastics to try to manipulate you into disenfranchising at least 11,688 registered Corpus Christian voters. We have a validated petition. It has more than 20% more signatures than what we need. The state has approved our language. You are obligated to put this on the ballot. If you haven't read the whole petition, you can read the whole thing, or the whole amendment, at fairwateramendment.com, if you guys haven't done that yet. If you do that, you'll see that it has nothing to do with climate. It's not comprehensive. It's about one thing. It's about rates. It doesn't set new rules. It only undoes the bad sweetheart deal that we made in 2018. There's nothing here for us to argue about. There is so much to celebrate. I wish the public could feel with confidence that the city's attorney office was working in the best interest of the people and not as a bad actor for industry. But even so, we did do it, guys. We did it. We did it. And I'm so grateful to this community. And I'm grateful to those of you that I know are going to do the right thing. I really believe that we're going to see this on the ballot. I have faith in you guys.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Melinda de los Santos.
Good afternoon, Melinda de los Santos, District 2. I am here to talk in favor of the Fair Water Amendment. I've got to say, this group, they were well organized and diligent. I mean, when they recruited me to obtain signatures, I had to go through an hour training. I'm like, what? And then I already had everything on my mind, what I was going to do. I was going to recruit 40 of my friends and get 10 signatures and get my 400. Well, they wanted me to train those friends who were going to get the signatures. It's like, I'm not going to be able to do that unless there's a happy hour, or unless we get in between tee-offs and the golf tournament, or during commercials during a sporting event. It's not going to happen. So, I threw off my plan there. And then they were very, legitimate about getting the signatures, that it had to be witnessed, because one of my friends says, well, I'll take the petition and go get it signed. No, I was told, it says there, it has to be witnessed by me. So everything was legit on this group, and I have to give them kudos. They really did. Now, some of you, I may not agree with a lot of you on some decisions. In fact, there's already strike 2. Now, I don't have the leverage as industry does, but some of y'all might not sleep well at night knowing that I was disappointed when you brought Inner Harbor back in February. And last Friday, I was also disappointed about the mayor thing. But, the fact that I'm here now with this group, we sit on different sides of the political spectrum, but I'm here because I'm so really proud of them, of everything they did legitimately. There was no disappearing dates. Imagine that. And there was no misleading language. I mean, they had all the voter involvement that they needed. They had the petition verification, and the proposed ballot language was approved. So, unless y'all want strike through, no, I know, I don't make a difference to y'all, but still, I would like this, let the voters decide. You know, these people did a really great job in bringing this to, please put this on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Jen Gracia. Robin Sanders. William Gardner.
William Garner, Rensis Pass. Council Mayor, public comments is one of the few moments where residents get to speak directly to their government, and only works when the people are actually heard. Corpus Christi decorum rules says you can remove someone for interfering with the meeting, but courts have overruled the city's misuses face to silence criticism. In Easton versus Madison School Board 2021, ban on abusive or artistic speech were struck down because they targeted critics, exactly how interfering with the meeting gets misused here. And in Acusta versus Costa Mesa 2013, the court made it clear that disorderly conduct rules cannot be vague or subjective. Disruptions cannot mean criticism, disagreement, or discomfort. So let me break down your own rule line by line. You said comments must be factual and precise. It's in 2021, and Merritt versus Bossier City this year, 2026. Both said government cannot require politeness, precision, or factual accuracy. This is viewpoint discrimination because that's the government decides what counts as factual. The government doesn't get to decide which opinions are valid and which ones are unacceptable. You said questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Acusta 2013 and White versus Nowak 1990 says citizens may address individual officers directly, including criticism and naming names. You don't have to answer a citizen's questions, but the right to ask the question is fully protected. You cannot force speakers to address the council as a body. Rule J, which says all remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to council members as an individual, is 100% unconstitutional. Exactly what Acusta versus Costa Mesa 2013 forbids. You're required to sign up and must give their name, their home address to speak on the electronic thing I did. The Supreme Court shut that down in McTire versus Elections Commission 1995. Ruled that citizens have a First Amendment right to speak without revealing personal identifying information. Name and city are the maximum allowed. Forcing a full address is unconstitutional and creates a chilling effect on speech. You say loud or boisterous language is not allowed. Acusta 13 and State versus Smith 2002 say volume is not disruption unless it actually stops the meeting. And Smith makes it clear when an official interrupts a speaker, the official creates the disruption. You say for profane or obscene language is not allowed. Corhan versus California 1991 says profanity aimed at government is protected speech. Cuss words are not a disruption. Cohan felt that profanity is protected unless it becomes a true threat or fattening words. That was 55 years ago, long before some of you or I was born. Violating it today isn't confusion.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Miriam Guerra-Rashidi.
How are you this afternoon? My name is Miriam Guerra-Rashidi, District 1. I'd like to start by quoting John Paul II in his first encyclical over 50 years ago. He said that human beings seem to see no other meaning in their natural environment than what serves for immediate use and consumption. Corpus Christi, which we all know means the body of Christ, should serve as a prime example of the blatant corruptive consumption of natural resources with absolute impunity. Yet we, the people of Corpus Christi, are making our voices heard. And what was done in a few months by some amazing people, something that seemed impossible, gave me hope. It gave me hope in our democracy. It gave me hope in believing that the people can make a difference. So I ask you to vote to place the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot for the upcoming November 2026 election. Defining it as a climate charter is a mere legal loophole meant to silence the voices of Corpus Christi citizens who are tired of the corruptive consumption that goes on in this city. That being said, I want to tell you that I have not forgotten what is going on with the AI data centers popping up like mushrooms against the will of the people, not just here in the coastal bend, but all over Texas. You say that they are outside of your jurisdiction, so it is out of your power. So yet again, we the people have no say. We have to do something about this. Our city is in peril. Our state is in peril. Our world is in peril. And we have it in our hands. God has placed us in this time for a reason. And what are we going to do about it? We are morally and ethically obligated to protect people, the homeless, the voiceless, the exploited, not just people, but the animals and habitats. So I'm just telling you, please, let us do the right thing. I also have not forgotten about the Inner Harbor desalination plant. I feel like there are just so many things going on. It's like a magician with all these distractions to turn our eyes somewhere else, so that we're focused on here. So now AI data centers are continue to be constructed. Anyway, thank you. God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Gerarashri. Fatima Gerarashri.
Fatima Shidi, District 1. I just want to say in regards to the Fair Water Amendment, if you have these people spending hours of their time fighting for justice, getting thousands of signatures, and then you have big industry manipulating the legal system to their benefit. This is how a petition is supposed to work. Once a citizen petition is validated, the city council is legally obligated to put it on the ballot. But in this case, the city attorney defines it as a climate charter, meaning that the Texas legislature would have to approve it in 2027, long after the upcoming November 2026 election. This is basically just to get it off the ballot legally. I urge you to reject the movement to declare the Fair Water Amendment as the Climate Charter Amendment. Please place Fair Water Amendment on the November ballot. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Gerarashri. Reagan Reeves.
Hello, Council. Reagan Reeves, District 2. I'm here to speak on item 28 today. I just want to say how lucky we are to live in a city where it's so clear what it is that our needs are, and that we have so many people that still have hope, despite not feeling like they've been well represented over the past, many years. I'm here today on behalf of the thousands of citizens of Corpus Christi who signed the Fair Water Amendment petition, who believe voters should have a say in whether or not big industrial water users should have the option of opting out of paying the same drought fees as residents, small businesses, schools, and hospitals. Though our water restrictions have improved for now, many Corpus Christians believe the drought exemption fee contracts we have with businesses that are sold a majority of our water is very unsustainable. The climate charter designation from the city interim attorney is undemocratic. It's not just unfair, it doesn't fit, it doesn't make any sense. The people of the city have worked so hard to organize around the health of the city and also the region. And why would you not give them the vote? You know, you don't have to agree with what the Fair Water Amendment is saying. There were many people that signed this amendment petition that may or may not even vote yes on it. You know, they just wanted to participate in democracy around our water, the most important issue, clearly, that we have in this city. Please take your city's ask seriously and allow people a vote with the proposed language that moves so many to take time out of their busy lives to sign this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Amanda Guerra. Jake Hernandez.
Jake Hernandez, District 2. The last time that I made a public comment here was about 2 months ago when y'all took a vote to table the Inner Harbor Desalination Project until September. During that time, I posed a question to the members of council and to everyone in attendance. When you have an elected official publicly stating that they belong to industry, that they belong to billionaires, what are we supposed to do? And today, while we are here to listen to y'all discuss the issue of placing the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot for this November, I will pose the same question. When citizens lawfully follow the democratic process to place a charter amendment on the ballot, but that democratic process is obstructed by city officials who know exactly what they're doing, what are we supposed to do when the democratic process is not being followed, when it is being taken right out of our hands? I want to assume good faith in y'all and assume good faith in y'all's interpretation of Senate Bill 1860, but genuinely, why should I? Like, seriously, my good faith with most of y'all is completely tapped. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. And why is that? It's because in the time that I've been active in the local political process, I've exclusively seen only performative avenues for collecting residential input, for water, for anything. Budget input sessions with barely any time for questions or contributions. Water workshops with zero time for questions or contributions. And of course, public comment at city council meetings where 9 out of 10 people speaking can beg you to put an end to the disastrous Inner Harbor Desalination project just for that decision to be kicked down the road once again to September of this year. So of course, residents would want to take the decision-making power into their own hands because y'all won't listen to us when we give you input. So we need to make those decisions for ourselves, which was why so many people in this community got on board with the Fair Water Amendment campaign to help out with it. Because we know that we can govern ourselves better than y'all can govern us. Y'all have just shown it to us repeatedly. And how can I assume good faith in this interpretation of SB 1860? It's a simple change to our water structure. Answer me this. How many times have y'all invoked this law before to make a change to the water rate structures? Y'all have made changes to the water rate structures since this bill became into place, and y'all have not invoked it to do so. That's unfair.
Thank you, Ms.
Fair is fair. Put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot.
Amanda Short. Amanda Short.
Good morning, council members. I'm here to speak on agenda items 16 and 17. Corpus Christi is one of the largest refinery epicenters in the country, and we make asphalt here. So when I saw the city is considering a contract of nearly $1.1 million for all-weather asphalt with rising petroleum and transportation costs cited, I had a simple question. Are we overlooking an opportunity in our own backyard? I reviewed the supporting documents for 16 and 17, and item 17 is $366,000 for 1 year with 2 additional 1-year options. City documents show that the price has risen from $139 a ton to $183 per ton today, an increase of more than 30%. And this procurement received only 1 bid. But I found something particularly interesting in the city's own records. In 2012 and 2013, capital improvement programs documented that negotiations with area refineries resulted in those refineries providing hot mix asphalt for a city project. Local refinery sourcing isn't a new idea. Corpus Christi has done it before, so I ask you, what has changed? I understand that asphalt refinery is a process. It has to be mixed with aggregate and other materials and processed. But we have those industries here too. Some of these refineries specifically produce those asphalt products. So, should we be asking whether that local industry capacity can be brought together to meet the same specifications and provide more competition other than a one-bid system? Has the city approached local refineries about supplying the asphalt binder to a qualified regional manufacturer? Has Public Works explored whether a South Texas producer could manufacture a compliant all-weather product comparable to the one listed that is able to be used in the rain? And when a procurement potentially worth nearly $1.1 million receives only 1 bid, has procurement examined whether the specifications or procurement structure may be unnecessarily restricting local and regional competition? I'm not suggesting that the city use subpar products. I'm suggesting we use the industrial advantages in our backyard. If we meet the same standards while reducing transportation costs and increasing competition, will we keep more infrastructure dollars in our region? Corpus Christi as a city bears many of the demands of hosting these industries. And when possible, we should reap the advantages also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Peter, could we get an answer for those questions?
We'll have the department, when the item comes up, we'll have the department and our purchasing department
Okay.
help counsel with that.
Thank you very much. And Jen Gracia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Jen Gracia, District 1. I got a big girl job now, so that's why I was like here on my lunch. I wanted to say about the Fair Water Act to please put it on the ballot. I worked on this initiative too, and I've been here all my life, and I was really excited about it because it's something that we can change. And it's not just about the fairness, it's also about money. We could be getting money on a whole other end instead of these little scraps that we get from time to time. Now, I'm not trying to be an obstructionist. I'm actually a visionary, just like some of my fellow friends that we have in the audience today. And my friends, they'll call me Jen the friend because I am a friend, but I'm not a friend to everybody. That's on the real. But at the same time, when I sit and I talk with people about this city and about what we can do to change it, I don't BS them. So that's making me look like a jerk because now it's not going to be on there. I talked to people, looked them in the eye, shared the story. Now, if I'm a little misinformed, I don't think so, but if I am, come at me, let me know what I'm doing wrong. At the same time, the people of Corpus have spoken. That's a lot of signatures. It's a lot. And I know people throughout the city, talk to them. My vote number last time just on votes, 15,973. This is my first time running. And I know I've been quiet, but I put in the work with the people every day. Places that people don't want to go, that's where I'm at. Please consider putting this on the ballot, especially if you're originally from Corpus, because you know they've always told us, oh, if you work on this, we can change Corpus. This is really that. And get that money. We can still get that money, even more money than what we're getting now. I'm not money hungry. I'm just saying, if we look at things like a business, which we've been told throughout this whole semester, well, 2 years, it's a good business move as well. So just please consider it and vote for Fair Water Act. Thank you. Put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gracia. Rachel Caballero.
Good afternoon. It's a new day for the city. I just want to thank the City Council for listening to the petition. Now you can all see that the reason why I went the approach that I did is for obstructionists. If not you, then who? Who can we expect to fight for our community except for ourselves or paid for propagandists? We have always said corruption is controlling our local government. We proved that. That is true. And we will continue to take a stand against it, no matter what offices are sought. I understand why some of you voted oddly, as the mayor was gearing up with some major legal retaliation. So, perjury, aiding fraud on Corpus Christi taxpayers. A mayor of a city was caught aiding fraud to the Corpus Christi taxpayers. A violation of oath of confidentiality. Mark Scott condones this behavior and should never hold office again, ever. We're going to make sure of that. We need to also make sure that she should have her second phone taken away from her. Her email access needs to be denied for the next 30 days. Somebody needs to let us know when that clock starts ticking. If she is found to be doing any city business, the clock should start over. We need to put our foot down, and we're going to require that you guys put your feet down to make sure that this 30-day suspension is real. I want to, Miles is leaving us with his parting gift. This is why now we have his predecessor, or wannabe predecessor. The Fair Water Amendment legitimately got signatures. We were unable to do that in our petition because of retaliation. And friendships have been lost, lines have been drawn in the sand, and our petition was different and had to be handled differently. I also helped. I didn't get as much as I would like to have gotten signatures, but I also helped in getting signatures. And so we deserve the opportunity. Otherwise, we're stepping into grounds where it's taxation without representation, and we have a right to act on that. We have a right to act on that. The interim city attorney should not be promoted. If his type of decision making is going to be tyranny, and going against people that worked really hard to get this petition signed, then we definitely need to make sure that there is a community committee that is funneling these candidates for city attorney, because we already know that the city manager is incapable of hiring qualified and honest city staff.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Blanca Parkinson. James Perkins.
Howdy, James Perkins, District 2. I'm here to talk to y'all about the item 28, Fair Water Amendment. You've heard from countless people already that it's not a climate charter. I mean, it's not. It's about a very specific thing. It's about reducing it's about taking away the drought exemption because how is it fair to the people of Corpus Christi who have to pay their rates as they keep going up. These guys get a deal in 2018. They get to stick to this deal as droughts go up. And we, the city loses out on money as they stick to this deal. Money that what is it? Or are we not in a deficit? Do we or do we not need money to make the city go round? What's going on with that y'all are like, yeah, that the city interim attorney is like, yeah, let's push it off to 2027. It'll be all right. Where your constituents, the people of Corpus Christi, went out, they got the signatures. The people of Corpus Christi said, hey, we want to have a say in how our city is run. And if you do not put this on the ballot in November, you've told the people of Corpus Christi that they don't get to have their voice. They played the game. They played the game by the rules clearly set out. And all of a sudden, you get to change the rules, like, at the last minute. Who does that? Children do that. That's who does that. Okay? That's not what adults do. That's not what people do who care about the people with them in their city. That's not what happens in good, and it's not what happens when things are supposed to be followed by procedure. You all know that this isn't telling them, hey, you have to curtail. This isn't telling them, hey, you have to recycle, you have to make, this isn't telling them anything except y'all don't get to be exempt from the same things that the people of Corpus Christi are not exempt from. All we are doing, all we want, all the people of the city want is for this to be fair across the board. That's it. So vote to put this on the ballot. Let the people of Corpus Christi decide. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't, but we have until November to find out. And if you decide to kick this off to 2027, you're telling the people that they don't get power. They don't get it. They don't get a voice. And they're the ones who voted for y'all, especially the at-large members. They're the ones, the entire city voted for y'all. And y'all are telling them in their face, no, you don't get a choice. Where's the love for your city, for your constituents?
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Alexis Ramirez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate it. My name is Alexis Ramirez, and I am a former resident of Cal Allen and former elementary music teacher at Robstown ISD. I served more than 700 students on one campus and taught elementary music. I earned my master's degree at Texas A&M University, Kingsville, and I will soon be pursuing my doctorate at the University of North Texas in Denton, Texas. I am not here today as an educator or a student. I am here as someone who has personally experienced what it feels like when the safety of our water becomes a question. I was in the classroom when the district shut off our water because of the concerns of the elevated levels of iron, arsenic, and lead. We were told that the water was unsafe for consumption. I remember one of my students asking me, "Miss R, why can't I drink the water?" I had to look at my student and say, "I'm sorry, baby, you can't drink the water right now, it's poisonous." I had never expected those words to come out of my mouth. I was born in 1998. I remember coming to Corpus. My family's from Fremont. I never expected those words to be part of my reality as a teacher. When did this become our reality? I am also part of a Robstown community Facebook group where residents living near the TESA facility have periodically shared photographs of what they describe as black sludge appearing in their local waterways. I am not here to claim that those reports prove a specific cause, but I'm here to say that when residents see something that concerns them, they deserve transparency. They deserve answers, and most importantly, they deserve to know that their concerns are being taken seriously. That is why I'm here today, for my students, for my campus, for their families. The Fair Water Amendment is important because when water becomes scarce, how do we make sure the responsibility is shared fairly? The proposed amendment would end certain exemptions for large industrial water users and require those to follow applicable drought requirements and pay drought surcharges under the proposed framework. I'm not here to speak against jobs or economic development. I'm here to say that economic development and responsible stewardship for our water should go hand in hand. Our children should not have to ask why they cannot drink their water. Our families should not have to wonder whether the water coming out of their faucets is safe. Our community should not have to wait for a crisis before transparency and accountability become priorities. So I ask you, what did these children do to deserve a community where they have to worry about something as basic as water? Put the FAIR amendment in the 2026 ballot. Citizens deserve to understand exactly what they are voting for. They deserve the facts. They deserve transparency and the opportunity to decide what policies are truly in the best interest of their community. You have people voting against their own interests. That's a reality.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Lauren Harris?
Hi, Lauren Harris, District 4, and this is a fellow ISAC committee member, Sandy Graves. And we're here to support number 11 on today's agenda item. It's about the proposed increase of beach parking permits from $12 to $20 starting next year. And wanted to voice our support for it. As a member of the Island Strategic Action Committee, also known as ISAC, I want to inform and or remind our council members that this committee made a motion of support of this increase on February 3rd. It's in our meeting minutes for the ISAC committee. And it was unanimously carried. We were all in favor, all but I think one person on that committee is an island resident. We are for it. Another reminder, the stated purpose of this committee is to advise the mayor and city council on development and implementation of the Mustang Padre Island Area Development Plan with specific purview related to island revenue sources. So I just pulled that from the city website just to explain our purview and that we're not overstepping, we're not trying to advise on things that aren't part of why we were sworn in and appointed to this committee. As a member of ISAC and island resident, I was disappointed to discover that not only was this item pulled from the previous consent agenda, but it was done so and voted against by our own District 4 representative in flat disregard of our recommendation. Beach permit is a direct revenue source that goes right back to the beach for any improvements, any maintenance, and the much needed renourishment. That is a huge driver of the costs of that have increased dramatically, and a big driver of why we thought this was a fair and timely increase for this revenue source. I urge the entire City Council to acknowledge ISAC's recommendation and pass this beach permit price increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Veronica Montoya? Jim Klein, excuse me, Dr. Jim Klein.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me this afternoon. I want to speak today also on the Fair Water Amendment. I urge you to place it on the ballot this November. Political and ethical considerations sometimes conflict with each other. And when they do, that makes for a very difficult choice. I don't think this is one of those instances. I think that politically and ethically, this is the wise thing to do. I urge you to place this on the ballot. Government officials should not fear the people, and the people should be heard in this issue. It's not a climate change measure. To argue that it is the height of chicanery and or cowardice and is unbecoming of this city. Allow the people to voice their views on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Gabriela Peleas?
Hello, my name is Gabriela Pelaez, and I'm a resident of Corpus Christi. I was born here, and I've lived here my whole life. I've come here today as a concerned citizen to speak about the Fair Water Amendment. The impacts of the desal plant will have detrimental impacts on our bay, our wildlife, and contribute heavily to carcinogen pollution. As a nurse who often takes care of cancer patients and sees firsthand the repercussions of having industry fallout, I ask City Council to reconsider and do right by the people by allowing it to go on the ballot. Too many people treat public office as a means to enrich themselves and take care of their own at the expense of others. I believe the government is supposed to serve the public. Lookout Industry is trying to get the city to spend over $1 billion on a desalination plant for water for industry. The city's attorney is asking the City Council to protect industry's sweetheart deal and vote to keep the Fair Water Amendment off the ballot. His claim that the Fair Water Amendment is a charter amendment is false. This is another example of how parts of our government are more interested in protecting industry than serving the people. In a time where access to healthcare is dependent on your economic status, where grocery bills are high, where our president is waging an illegal war causing our gas prices to go up, where hospitals put profit over patients, where childhood cancer research funding has been cut, the people should decide if industry should continue to be exempt from drought surcharges when they go over their allotment while we are in drought stages. Industry needs consequences to curtail their usage and pay their fair share. I'm asking City Council to keep the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Rebecca, I think that's all I have for in-person.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have call-ins or WebEx?
We have one WebEx video at Mr. Sean Merritt.
Okay. Are they online?
Mr. Merritt is. Okay. Mr. Merritt, there you are.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can.
Sean Merritt live from D5, baby. Woo! Last week, this council made one of the hardest decisions I've watched it make. People are angry. Some are disappointed and believe removal was the only acceptable outcome. I understand that. Gil Hernandez, Sylvia Campos deserve credit for consistently voting where they believe the evidence led them. They stood their ground. The other three also, you voted guilty. Here's another hard truth people need to understand. Removal would not necessarily have ended this. Paulette would have appealed. She would have went to court yesterday and done that, leaving this city stuck in political limbo for months beyond the election. Instead, now we have an official finding on 3 counts, a formal reprimand, a 30-day suspension. That record exists. Voters now know exactly what they are voting on. Nobody gets to wander into the voting booth pretending none of this happened. The evidence was presented. Findings were made. If you vote for her after that, you are making that choice with your eyes wide open to support corruption. And now, after Paulette was found guilty on 3 counts, the Type B board turns around and approves sending $1.5 million to elevate QOF anyway. And to prove that this is a bad Twilight Zone episode, who stopped in and stopped the money from going out? Peter Zanoni. He froze the payment pending legal review. After everything this city went through, taxpayers deserve an explanation before another dollar moves anywhere. This council needs to make its decision mean something. A 30-day suspension needs to be actual 30 days. Not 30 days with one foot still in City Hall. Not 30 days while official mayoral accounts keep posting on Facebook like she did on the 8th when you said that her suspension began. Until city-issued devices are surrendered, access to official mayoral accounts and systems shut off, and the powers of the office suspended, I don't believe that 30-day clock has meaningfully started. Last week was ugly. People chose sides, friendships were tested, but we cannot spend the next month fighting last week's vote like 2 alley cats trapped in a garbage can. The vote is finished. We must move forward. Now enforce it. Give the public 30 real days, let the punishment run its course, and get back to doing the people's business. 30 days means 30 days, and the people want to see true accountability. And we also want to see you, council, follow your own policy, because combined Western is at 50.9%. That means we should be out of level 2, back to level 1. If you all don't want to follow your own policy, the mayor don't have to follow the laws. Why should we? Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. And just Alejandro Benavides, I don't believe he's online, so that would conclude the public comment period, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That would conclude all of our public comments. So we will move on now to section G3, board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta, if you'll please proceed.
Okay, so the first board for your consideration is the Arts and Cultural Commission. So let me take a few moments to let my staff member get in position. But while I'm talking about the Arts and Cultural Commission, these appointments are appointed by the mayor subject to council confirmation. So I recommend postponing these appointments until next month if there's no objection from council.
Thank you.
Okay. So then we would go to the Civil Service Board and Commission. You ready? Okay. So there's one vacancy on the Civil Service Commission, which oversees police and fire employment matters. The Civil Service Board oversees civil service employment matters, and it also has one vacancy. The city manager appoints the members of the Civil Service Commission, subject to council confirmation, and the city council appoints the Civil Service Board members. Traditionally, the same members serve on both boards. City Manager Zanoni recommends reappointing Raul Ramirez as a regular member of the Civil Service Board and the Civil Service Commission, and his attendance record is included in your packets.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay.
Okay, so the next board is the Construction, Trade, Advisory, and Appeals Board. There are 3 vacancies representing the following categories: 1 Texas Professional Land Surveyor, 1 Master Electrician, and 1 Electrical Contractor. So staff recommends postponing the Texas Professional Land Surveyor position for further recruitment. So that would leave us with the 2 vacancies to fill today. And Paul Cervantes, who served as Master Electrician, and Jose Jimenez, the electrical contractor, they've met the 6-year service limitation, so those positions are open.
Okay, then I'll open the floor for nominations for the Master Electrician position first.
I'd like to nominate James Hernandez.
Are these recommendations or are they requirements on the specifics?
The categories are
requirements?
required.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So we only have 1 applicant out of 3 that's applicable?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay. And so they are already nominated? Okay, then do we need a second on that one then?
No, not on a nomination, but to appoint, we do need a second. So if that's
Okay, then we'll entertain a motion to appoint.
So, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, the nomination carries. We'll next do the Master Electrician, and
No.
I will...
The electrical contractor, ma'am.
Thank you. Electrical Contractor. Open the floor for nominations.
Did we just appoint the 2 of them? Mike Rivera? We just did.
No, we just did the 1.
James, okay.
We just did the 1, so now we're going to do, so your nomination is Mike Rivera, sir, for electrical contractor? Okay. I did. Oh, you did. I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay. Ms. Campos did. Are there any other nominations for electrical contractor? Okay, Mr. Morales. Okay, and Mr. Hernandez has been appointed, so it's between those 2 candidates. Okay, where would you like to start, ma'am, for the voting?
Okay. Let's start on this end, Miss Carolyn Vaughn.
Okay.
Rivera.
Morales.
Rivera.
So Roy was Rivera, right? And Scott was Rivera also. Okay, so Mr. Rivera is appointed. Okay, so then the last board is the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies. Mark Borgenson, Sr., Joe De La Paz, Jay Gardner, Eric Jaramillo, and Linda Lindsay are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Second.
I would actually request to make a nomination. If I would like to add one, or if any other members would like to add a recommendation, would it be easiest to post the 5 for reappointment and then one? Or
Well, there's
whoever?
just 5 vacancies, so if you're not going to appoint one individual, that if you want to nominate someone else, then you'd need to, one of these individuals would not be reappointed.
Potentially, depending on the support for whoever's nominated. So would it be easier to put the 5 and then each?
So you want to do 5 nominations for the reappointees and then add one more and then vote that way?
Well, there's been a motion and a second, so that had to be voted down to go to.
Yeah, that's
The
true. We
motion
do
and
have
the
a motion and a
came
second to
before it
reappoint.
was called, so before there was an opportunity to do appointments, there was a motion and a second.
I think the motion and the second is on the floor.
Okay.
At this point, ma'am.
All right, there's a motion and a second to reappoint. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, council.
Okay. We will move on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda items are 4 through 24 today. As a matter of information, on agenda item number 4, the minutes for July 22 and 23rd are going to be pulled for additional review. Do I have any numbers from the council that would like to be pulled?
11, 18,
11.
16, 17.
8, 9. Okay, what else? Do we have any other numbers to pull? I would like to pull 21 as well. I have numbers 8, 9, 11, 16, 17, 18, and 21. Are we missing any council members?
Ma'am, I would include 4, it's just so we can vote on it individually since we need to take those off.
For clarification?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
just so it's clear.
4. So 4, 8, 9, 11, 16, 17, 18, and 21. Any additional? Do I have any requests from the audience to pull any numbers from the consent? Yes, ma'am. Number 6. Any others? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 16, 17, 18, and 21. Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
Mr. Cantu.
I got a question, Rebecca.
Yes, sir.
On the consent agenda, just in my opinion, I think there's a lot of city staff that waits for us on the consent agenda. Is there any way to move the agenda around next time, like do the city manager comments after the consent agenda, like get the consent agenda out of the way in the beginning so we can get city staff out of here?
That's possible, but that would be up to the discussion you could have with the city manager, if that would be, but it's possible.
I just see a lot of city staff just waiting for no reason. We don't pull no items, and they wasted hours just waiting for us to get through their item, and and the public comments right before, so.
Yeah, Buck might need to weigh in, but we have to, the state law requires citizen comment before anything's voted on.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, so.
I was just thinking out loud. I mean, I was just.
Right, is that right, Rebecca? and Buck?
Yes, sir, that's true. Yes, it is. That is why.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I was
thank you.
asking.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rebecca, would you like us to do a voice vote, or do you want us to vote electronically?
It's programmed, we can do it electronically.
Okay. If you'll please submit your votes. Okay, the consent agenda passes with the exceptions of the items pulled. And at this time, it is just shy of 2 p.m. It's 1:51. We will recess for lunch and go into executive session on items 30 to 32 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return. Thank you. Okay. We are resuming our meeting, and we will go back to our consent agenda items that were pulled, starting with consent agenda item number 4, in order to do a modified motion approving the July 8th workshop minutes and July 28th regular meeting minutes. So I will entertain a motion to approve. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Rebecca, would you like a voice or electronic vote? Okay. All right, then the next, did that finish? Okay, the next agenda item that's been pulled was the number 6, and I believe that was pulled from the audience. Ms. Marilena Garza, was that your item? Okay. Did you want to make comment on that? Yeah, come on up.
Marilena Garza, District 1. So when I talk about like managing our dollars and our monies, I'm always thinking about the Crime Reduction and Prevention Board. I go to the meetings, and let me just tell you, if police could control crime, we'd have none, because they don't want it. I don't want it. They don't want it. Nobody in the department wants it. So by hiring more police over and over, it's not going to fix the crime issue that we're having. And we're just not being good stewards of the dollars that we're getting from the sales tax. Like, what could we be using that money for, right? We were just talking about public works. We had a little presentation right now. We were talking about lighting. Lighting is crime prevention and reduction. Me and them, when we're out having to help the houseless and other people who are committing crime and stuff like that, we can't see, and it's dangerous. I need to see them. And when people can see me and can see them, they don't want to commit crime. And you know what? Lights don't beat women in their home, and it's not a liability. So lighting helps protect officers. That's one example of what we could be using that money for. You could also be using that money to help support the police officers in regards to the homelessness and social issues. They're not social workers. I really want them busting the crack houses and making it safer for me and other nonprofits to do outreach. I don't want them hassling the houseless people. It's like sending a plumber to go and do open heart surgery. I understand what you're trying to do, wrong person. Send the plumber to do the plumbing, send the doctor to do the surgery. That's how it works. You gotta use these dollars smartly, and every budget cycle, we're just subsidizing the police, and they can't say anything because they have a union, and it would be bad for the union if there's less police officers because that's less union dues. That's what's going on, guys. And I'm sure I'll have police circling around my house at 702 Furman. I ain't scared, okay? So, like, please just make it safer and easier for officers by supporting them and maybe using just a little bit of that budget to like do lighting. Can we just try lighting? The AEP has a great program. I've talked to Robert Dodd about some of the lighting programs that we can like collaborate with AEP and other organizations that do that kind of stuff. I know lighting is a big issue. Our city manager has talked about it. Public Works, like they can tell you about how many pedestrians get hit in just District 1. Come on, councilman, like people are getting run over. My homeless people in wheelchairs are getting run over on sidewalks. Do you know how traumatizing that is to a motorist to hit someone and then that person also being hit? It's crazy. It's crazy and it's avoidable. It's preventable. And you could use that with lighting, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Sinoni, can I ask you a question? Then I'd like to ask you one, if you don't mind, whoever. The city doesn't do the lighting for residential or anything, do they? Because I know I talked about it in my neighborhood. Do the neighbors have to do that, the neighborhoods?
Let's have the officer answer that
Okay.
question. Yeah.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
The,
Moore.
the city doesn't do lighting, right? They don't pay for lighting in neighborhoods.
I'm not really sure who does the
That's why I asked him, and he
Yeah, what-
referred it to you.
You said lighting, Councilwoman?
Lighting.
Oh, lighting. No, we do. Yeah, no, we do the
We
lighting.
do?
Yeah.
So if I wanted some in my neighborhood, I just got to call you. You gonna come do it?
Well, we'll see if we can do it. But yeah, So there's several areas in our community that need more lighting,
Yeah.
without any doubt, and some of the older inner-city neighborhoods especially. And so we're doing a project right now on Flower Bluff Drive, I think is what it is, where that section, there's a big section of Flower Bluff that has no lighting at all.
So how do you apply for the lighting so that people know? Because most
Yeah.
neighborhoods do not have it.
Yeah, they probably need to call or send, and I would say Ernesto De La Garza, our Public Works Director, a note.
Come out to my neighborhood, will you?
Is
I
that-
said, come out to my neighborhood, will you?
Yeah, no, there's several areas. We did a lighting study, right, Ernie? We did a lighting study, so we know what the deficient areas are in
Yeah.
the city. And so it's a funding issue.
Because she is right about that. We need
No, it's
more
true.
lighting. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
And
But-
we have, one thing we did do is put in the newer LED lights that are much brighter. You may recall just a few years ago, we had the yellow lights that cast a lot of shadows at night.
Yeah.
So we replaced all our lights with LED lights, and now we're slowly going back into those areas that need more lighting and installing it. And Flower Bluff's a good example of that's what
Well,
the candidate.
and I thought the city would be responsible or not. I knew
No,
that
we are.
y'all were not responsible
We're
for that.
100% responsible.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good to know.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because I don't agree with her about the police officers. I think there has to be a ratio to how many people you have in your city, and we've not reached that, have we?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you know where we're at?
Well, I know they did
You are saved by the day, aren't you?
Chris White, Assistant Chief. I believe the number is somewhere around the 750 for the total number of residents that we serve, put us where we need to be on a nationwide standard, right? Right now, we suffice with 506, and we're very thankful for that. We came from 460 just a few years back, and with the council and the city manager, we're up to 506.
Okay.
With the addition of those officers, we're now able to do the things like what she was talking about, working with the homeless with the
Sure.
CERT program, the Crisis Intervention Response Team. We do have a group, crime reduction unit that goes out and do surveys at residential businesses to harden the target, we say, by lighting, fencing, whatever it may be, to make that more secure. But when we're talking about a public area like a street or a park or something like that, that would fall on the city to follow.
Well, and maybe if y'all have an area that you know that's more prone to that, maybe y'all can give it to the city manager. And, I don't know what area she's talking about, but if there is one more prone to that, maybe we can give it to
And
them.
we do. I know when we opened the pier, we worked with the city to figure
Okay.
out how to harden that target because it got vandalized.
Sure.
last week. So we're always sending our folks out to see what we can do.
I know you are. I support you, and I support this. Motion to approve. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. I still want to see the numbers about the crime because I'm being told that crime is up, but I wouldn't know, or crime is down. I don't know because y'all have not, sent those numbers to us.
And we're working on those. The hard part about numbers is if you just send over statistics without explanation, then they're easily misconstrued. So what we're working on is something that could show you what we're doing, and I can give you a good example. About a year and a half ago, we identified violent crime on the rise, especially with young men and women and guns. We dedicated a group of officers under his command that went out and targeted that, and we reduced that number of offenses drastically within a year's period. And I'd be more than happy to show you that.
Okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, that'd be
That's
great.
just an example.
Okay, and what about the request for the more additional 24-hour homeless officer? Because a lot of times, people are calling about homeless issues, but you only have an officer from 8 to 5 that I know of.
So we have our regular standard officers that work 8 to 6, Monday through Friday. And then we work with MHID with overtime officers, both city and county. So we have them out till, I think, somewhere like midnight or 2 in the morning. And then we also have work with MHID. They have the center is open for crisis calls. So our officers are trained if they run across somebody and they need a responder from MHID, how to get a hold of them through our Metrocom services to get that responder out there to help them.
Well, the problem is that, we have that little card that's got the officer and it's got the phone number. And if you call that number and it's after hours, it doesn't go anywhere. You don't know that maybe you can call MHID. So that's what I'm trying to get at. If there is a dedicated line, and even when he's not there, that it would be sent over to MHID. Does that happen now?
For the most part, if they're contacting the PD, then we're directing them that way. If they're contacting MHID, then they're already there. If they're
Okay.
calling just a business card, I think our guys try to tell them after hours, this is the way you want to go, but I can definitely follow up. and
Okay, well, I'm just thinking of the general public. Because I tell people, you know, we actually do have an officer that specializes on homeless and trying to find social services. And, I mean, I think overall, I believe he's doing a good job. I hear, you know, positive things, but I'm just trying to make sure that we have after hours, because a lot of times that's when I get the calls.
Correct,
So-
and we do get the calls 24/7, right? They don't stop just because 5 o'clock rolls around. You're correct.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But I can look into that.
So you will then send in those reports to us. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to clarify this item is to renew the 1.8 cent sales tax associated with this and put it on the
Put it on the ballot.
put it on the ballot to get reauthorized. I think whatever we do, it's important to reauthorize this because this pays for how many officers?
Right now, it's 78.
78. Now, you know, I know we talked about what the ratio should be, and it varies depending on the type of city you have, right? Whether it's highly urban or whether you have a little bit more suburban areas associated with it. And the example I'm thinking of is like Cincinnati. Cincinnati is roughly the same size as Corpus Christi population-wise, but it's highly urban. And so you have like 1,000 sworn officers in Cincinnati, but we don't need that because we're not tremendously urban like Cincinnati is. And we're, you know, so it's a different scenario. So I want to make sure that we're not, just because we're same size population doesn't mean we're the same requirements. So I appreciate how you kind of mentioned that and what that looks like. And, you know, hopefully eventually we'll get a little bit more as we go along and we can bring stuff in. But, you know, we're working with the best we can.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it's been a fantastic working relationship with the council and the city manager, so we appreciate everything we got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to reiterate that I walked blocks for this when you first got it going. We got it passed in whatever year that was. I was a fan then. I'm a fan now. I had a chance to visit with my appointee. He thinks you guys are doing a great job. I would love the opportunity to spend some soft money somewhere besides just payroll, but I certainly understand and I fully support the officers that this fund funds. And I just want to say thank you to you all. I want to thank you to the Crime Control and Prevention Board, and hopefully the citizens of Corpus renew it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions here. Thank you, gentlemen. Do I have any comments from the public on this item? No? Okay, I believe we have a vote and a second on the floor. Okay, perfect. And would you like this one electronically as well? Okay. All right, the next item that was pulled is item number 8. Who pulled number 8? Councilmember Hernandez?
Jennifer Buxton, Planning and Economic Development.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted I didn't get a chance to ask this earlier. I was going through the agenda last night and I said, I didn't see the previous lease agreement. And I was wondering when the last lease agreement was with the Harbor Playhouse.
I believe it expired in 2018.
Okay, so we had a lease agreement that expired in 2018. Were they paying?
This is not a lease that they pay on. They take care of certain responsibilities and we take care of certain responsibilities.
Okay, and preventive maintenance?
So, I'm sorry, the lease term expired in 2018. The lease term, the lease continues on a weekly basis under the same terms that were in the lease. So they take care of some insurance, maintenance of the interior and exterior, and payments of the utilities, and the city continues to take care of property, windstorm, and other perils coverage, and then we take care of landscaping, exterior walkways, driveways, and capital improvements to the facilities, and all of that has continued.
Okay, is there a reason why we waited until now from 2018?
Sir, I'm sorry, I can't speak to that, other than that we've just started again to make sure that all of the leases are up to date. We're doing a big review of what's expired, and there's a couple that are coming forward, but I'm sorry, I can't speak to that. I don't know.
It's, we don't have a good answer, Councilman. It's one of those buildings that probably doesn't have, I guess Parks may have, do you guys, Opus? Yeah, see, it's one of those buildings that doesn't have a good leader. The Parks may have done some work over time, the convention
Okay,
center.
so who's responsible for it?
Right
The
now, it's
Economic Development Division is taking care of it, and again,
Right.
we're going through all of our agreements. And
Okay, so,
the reason.
all right, hold on, let me just, okay, I want to understand, we have an asset management organization that's supposed to take care of our assets. So I know Parks has certain stuff, and various departments have. So I see this kind of like as part of our convention center complex with museums, and there's 3 of them. There's the Asian Museum one as well, and then you have the Heritage Park houses. I believe Heritage Park is under the Parks and Recreation.
park, right.
What are the museums under? Who's responsible for
those also fall under the Economic Development Division, anything that's kind of related to the HOT funding.
Okay.
So the C District cultural facilities, which would be the Art Museum, the Science and History Museum,
And
Harbor,
Asian?
the Harbor Playhouse, the Asian, the Hilliard Center Complex, all of those Convention Center and C District cultural facilities are all under the Economic Development
All
Department.
right, so
and
we have updated leases for all those other facilities?
They
the
either are
museums?
updated or they are coming soon.
Okay, well, so just looking at that from that aspect, obviously, these are our buildings, right? And we do want to make sure that the preventive maintenance is being done on them.
Right.
I remember the Science Museum was like a patchwork of improvements and electrical stuff. And have we done an evaluation of this building to make sure it's in, safe?
So the Harbor Playhouse, I don't want to get ahead of the headline.
Go ahead, yeah.
However, soon we will be going out for bid for a very large project for them to deal with the chillers, but also as part of that, tightening up the building and some major exterior improvements. The building's going to be night and day, and it's over $4 million worth of capital
Okay, so
improvements.
it's still tied to the Hilliard Center or the Convention Center with
Yes.
regards to the chillers, right?
Yes.
Right now it is, but we got to decouple it, be a standalone chiller
Okay,
system.
And with that are substantial improvements to the building envelope and the exterior.
Right, it's part of the, right.
Okay, so we still need to make sure that we have whatever's needed for preventive maintenance on our side of this agreement to be codified. And I don't know if you're going to do it through Maximo or through some other system, but you need to make sure that this is in place. I don't want to come back and do this, or I'd rather solve it for future councils.
Yes.
To not have to worry about that and make sure it's taken care of on a regular basis.
And the facilities have had assessments done both for repairs and for capital upgrades. The decoupling is a big part of it. And then we also deal with maintenance issues as they come up, whether they're capital or routine.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Scott.
Council, if it is true that I am a man with a lot of BS, it goes back to the Quonset hut days before the Harbor Playhouse, when my dad was a music director for performances there. And it opened in 1976 with the performance of 1776 that my dad was the music director of. I will tell you that I still have a little burr in my saddle because Carol and I did love letters there in the 90s, and I thought I was good. She won multiple awards. I won none, so I decided to get into politics. I just couldn't do it. So I just want to tell you, I think it's a great community asset. I appreciate you all, the work that you do, and thank you for your interest in codifying our agreements. And Gil, thank you for your comments about let's get what we can done so we can help future councils not have to deal with it. But in the general scope of things, I appreciate all that goes on there. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. My question is really directed to Peter. This brings up a good example as to, our asset management. I mean, we just have economic development just created a few years ago, so, I'm just now curious, how many more buildings are we not keeping up with? So can we have a report on that?
This building is being kept up. This is a lease agreement, so there's no maintenance here with this item. But, we do have several buildings that need more investment. That's why we try to do bond programs to invest in them. With the exception of some of these buildings by the Hilliard Center, and I would say the Heritage Park, most of the buildings are more regularly used and have a better maintenance plan. These have been historically underfunded. Especially that Heritage Plaza, the Heritage Park, some of those buildings, we were able to, in the first couple of years that I was here, invest monies to stabilize some of them. But it's constant, and so that's why we really need to look at being able to do another bond program to make investments in these buildings. But over the 8 years I've been here, most of our facilities, if not all, are in the Maximo maintenance system. There's a clear owner, if you will, of the building. But I won't make I'm not going to try to hide it. We need money to maintain the close to 600 facilities and pump, that includes lift stations. So there's about 600 assets that we have that take money to maintain.
Right.
And good departments with good leaders to do that, so.
And most of the capital improvements to these buildings are funded through sales tax dollars. They're not, they can be, if there's not a bond, then we wait for the sales tax dollars. And there are large capital projects happening at these facilities, but also repair programs with roofs and water coming in, and sidewalk repairs for trip hazards.
Well, I've been noticing just lately, I guess, going by a little bit more often to the heritage homes, and how, I don't know how many of them are just in bad shape.
Yeah, they're getting, right, those homes are.
And it's, almost too dangerous, like you can't even walk in there. So that's why I'm wondering, how are we keeping up with it and making sure that we do invest our dollars? This is, the Heritage Homes is, I know, an event or a place that people like to have their events there. It's one of the few places that has lots of trees, and so we need to make sure that we do invest in these, so.
And if I can just plug, I think the city just did some excellent work, Little's Martin. Yeah, the Little's Martin House.
Which I remember approving.
The city just invested.
$1 million, I think.
With several hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring Little's Martins back to
life, yeah.
Back to life a little bit. So there is some investment, but things cost money, so it is slow. And I know Parks is working hard on Heritage Park. I did want to tell you, we have recently hired, and the position is fairly new, if not brand new, a gentleman who it is his job to know the Hilliard Center and the city-owned C District cultural facilities inside and out, and work with Maximo and make sure that we're processing the work orders and stay on the condition of that. And he's new in the Economic Development Division, and we're lucky to have him, and he's doing a great job.
Okay, great.
Councilman Roy.
So thank you. So I want to make sure I understand, because the Harbor Playhouse is very important. It's important to my district. It's a place that my wife and I and my family, my daughter grew up taking classes there. It's been, it's a wonderful jewel in our community. $4 million, is that just for the chillers?
It is not.
Okay.
It will be for the chillers, some roof repairs. They are going to, and I'm going to get it wrong, there's a wrap going around the exterior of the building, facade improvements, new signage, some lighting, some sidewalk work. The building will be virtually unrecognizable from what you see it today. In addition to a big mural that's being paid for by another organization on the big white wall. It's a substantial rehabilitation project. It may have stemmed from the chillers, because if we just do the chillers, the building's still not going to be energy efficient. We're going to lose any sort of The building itself is not insulated, so the building's being tightened up. The new doors, substantial work is being done associated with the chillers, but related.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you for the,
Yeah, like I said, I didn't want to get it, now that we're having the conversation, I wish I had the renderings in my hand.
Yeah.
But, because it is exciting.
well, we look forward to you coming back and showing us the renderings,
And sales tax funded.
sharing that with us.
Sales tax funded.
All right, great job. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I heard you say the building is not insulated.
It is very poorly.
Well, then why don't we blow insulation in? I know it costs some money, but if you're going to get new chillers,
That's
it's
not-
never going to
yeah.
cool.
That's not really, they're taking care of that with the exterior
leak,
improvements
yeah.
that they're making.
Right.
They are blowing insulation in.
This what it is that the construction is not the most superior, and so it's basically CMU block, right? The cement blocks. And
yeah.
so they're gonna put a kind of a sealant around the building to keep the AC and the heating in the winter inside.
Yeah, because I've heard it's really hot. Who built this building? Does anybody know? I was going to spout out a name, but I'm not going to.
I don't know.
I was 3 when it was built, so I'm not.
You were 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious who built it. Let's don't use them
The
again.
city owns it, and it's had 2 additions, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see no more questions or comments here. Do I have any comments from the audience before we take action? No. All right, then, do we have a motion and a second? There is? All right, so we can vote.
I second.
And the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 9. Who pulled this one? Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, I was kind of, I hadn't had, because of the events of the previous couple of weeks, I hadn't had a lot of time to go through it, so I went through a lot of this over the weekend. And, I had recalled that we had used some funding for demolition a few years back that we had to repay because we didn't use it properly because we had a new HUD person that interpreted the rules differently. Do you recall this?
Yes, and.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me finish.
I do, yes.
Okay, and then I went back to a previous meeting. I want to say it was in July because I remember talking about, remember this being kind of brought up. And it was a meeting back in July, and we talked about this. I think it was agenda item number 260981, where we paid for $203,970 for the.
Yes.
Right?
I'm with you.
And then I went back and looked at it because I remembered it. And it took me a little while to find it because I didn't remember what exact day it was. But then I saw that it was funded through the 1059 Community Development Block Grant. So it seems like we use money from the HUD funding that we got now to pay for previous HUD reimbursements from back then. Was that the case, or is that money come from somewhere else?
Okay, so there was, when you approve an annual action plan, you approve fiscal year 27, program year 26. We are supposed to be using that year's money for those activities. We had unspent funds from admin funds in a previous year. I want to say, forgive me, for the July, I want to say it was 2003 or 2023 or 2021, doesn't matter. But we took a last year's project that we had bills for, went back and did a substantial amendment to get approval to spend unspent money from a previous year for an already approved project to spend that money. So it's not, we didn't leave it unspent in years behind, which freed up the program year that it had been, the program year where it had been allocated from, that we then reprogrammed into this year.
Okay, so the way you explained it is you have I guess, 307 million, and then of that component of it, it's 2.7 million of it, and then you have also income of $100,000 that in reprogramming unspent funds from fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, which you had mentioned. But you don't give a number for that amount. I guess I just have to extrapolate it from the 2.7 million, the 100,000, then whatever's left over.
It's the
It's like
902.
900 and.
It's the 902,657.
Right.
And it's in your materials and in the annual action plan.
Okay, so going back to my previous question, we used the savings to pay for that 200 million that we owed?
The 200 that was, I'm sorry, are you, when you're talking about the demo and the clearance?
Right.
That was taken care of like 2 years ago and is not part, because we're not able to use entitlement to pay that back.
Okay, but we just did this in July.
That was unspent admin funds. That was administrative costs, not demolition clearance.
Okay, I'll have to get with you offline on this because it's a little separate from this, but I want to make sure I understand where all the money's coming from, where it's going. It, unfortunately, anytime you deal with the federal government, it's clear as mud.
Correct.
So I will want a more detailed explanation of
And we
where
can-
money went.
We can map it out.
Okay, all right. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Do we have any public comment for this item? Yes, ma'am.
Bonnie Elena Garza, District 1. These are staff recommendations. There are many ways that you can spend this money. You should not just take it that staff is telling us this and we're just going to accept it. Look at how these block grants are spent. That one you get a little bit more leeway. The home and the ESG are a little bit more tighter. The block grant funding is something you can use for a bunch of different stuff. They have their own agenda. Y'all have your own agenda. You get the final say-so, not them. You have to approve this, not them. Don't let them rush you through this. The block, like this pot of money, typically I saw it at like a little over $5 million. This upcoming one, we're at 7. Okay, so we're getting more money into this pot and there's more things that you can do with that block grant funding. Please look into it. Please don't just rubber stamp this through.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Any other public comment? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All right, the next item pulled was number 11. Councilmember Cantu, I think that was, did you pull that item? Yeah, I just want to vote on it. Okay. Do we have any public comments on item 11? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I have some questions. Okay, so you take care of 7.8 miles of beach, right? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here and why we need it. You have, it looked like you had 14 positions coming out of something and then 52. That's a lot of people.
We have a lot of lifeguards. First of all, Jonathan Atwood, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. So, yeah, so we have all our beach maintenance that basically comes, beach operations that comes out of the general fund currently. We're moving that over to a special revenue fund with the addition of this funding as well. And then we have a lot of seasonal lifeguard positions. We have close to 40, people on the beaches during the summer.
Okay, so how much does it take? Because we didn't add any beach to it to take care of. We still have 7.8 miles. So how much are you short?
So we're short close to $400,000 if this is not approved for this year.
Okay. And so how much money do you think this is going to bring in?
So we're going to come in right at 2.4. You know what? And I had that number right here. 1.5. Gil's got it for me. Thank you.
He just told me.
Yeah.
So you're going to have plenty of money.
Well, so we will have money to cover what is needed for this year, continue the same services. And we are pulling some of these positions out of SHOT to balance it out, moving them over into the special revenue for some of the additional funding that we'll be receiving. So
'Cause
this
you-
funding doesn't go into the SHOT, this goes into our special.
Yeah, because you always want to justify when you raise something. And so we're not getting a new building, we're not getting a restroom, we're not getting any of that. We're just getting the fees raised to take care of the beach.
So cumulative inflation since 2004, when the last time it was raised, is 77%, and we're going up 67%. So we're not even matching cost of inflation over the previous 22 years. So this is needed to maintain services. Moving forward, we also have a couple of projects like beach renourishment that will need funding.
Okay.
Those are substantial projects that need funding.
And I get it that you haven't raised rates in 22 years. Is that what you said?
Correct.
It's crazy. It's crazy. That's why I hate to see it raised so much at one time because and I appreciate the ISAC saying, hey, we recommend it. And that's what you do. You recommend doesn't mean we vote for it because the entire city uses that beach. The entire city does. And I know we can't, but I wish it was where we could have just raised the rates on visitors.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, I appreciate you adding a little bit more context into your presentations here. And, you know, the way I saw it from the budget was that you had from last year's budget, you had projected only having like 192,000 left in reserve balance. But you mentioned that you're short 400,000, so you didn't realize the funding that you were supposed to get, or how did that shortfall occur?
Yeah, so we're having a shortfall in SHOT because SHOT has been making up the difference that we haven't collected in permits for a while now. So that $400,000 deficit in SHOT is for other services on the beach like lifeguards and things
Right.
like that. So we're trying to balance that out with this.
So did we make not less than what was anticipated from SHOT, or was it, what was the shortfall from?
Primarily due to the increase in service costs. I mean, increase in service costs, increase in
Okay, so you had an
staff.
increase in cost, not a shortage of revenue from SHOT?
Correct.
Okay, so what was that specifically? I mean, because we had, your nexus is about $600,000 because you had 192 from your budget, and then your negative 400,000. So when you look at the cost difference is 600,000 than what you originally said. What caused the increase in that 600,000?
Would you like to add anything to that?
Amy Rodriguez, Director of Management and Budget. One of the main operating changes in the SHOT Fund occurred a couple of years ago when we initiated and revamped the lifeguard program. We added additional lifeguards and we increased their pay. I believe that was in FY24.
Well, I understand that, and we started taking funds from the reserve balance. You could see it go down over the last 2 years. But what specifically was this year that made it more expensive? Because you accounted for that in your in drawing down your reserve balance. So and you were going to have a balance of 192,000 based on what you projected in the budget. So you've spent 600,000 more than what you anticipated. What was that 600,000 on? Or was it just lifeguard? I mean, increased lifeguard cost? What was it?
I'm not exactly sure that this will answer your question, but I'm gonna try. So for FY26, our adopted budget had projected to have an ending fund balance of 109,000. And that we knew, that was around the time that we began the discussions with GLO and the other entities to talk about raising the fee. We knew that if we were going to continue that operational expense, we would have to identify additional funding for it. Coming into FY27, the Gulf Beach operations that's funded out of SHOT is a total of $4 million. We're proposing to transfer 700,000 of that over to the new Gulf Beach Operations Fund, and that brings the SHOT to a positive ending fund balance of 334,000. If we did not transfer that 700,000, that's where the 400,000 deficit would come from.
Okay, so with this increase, it's about 900,000. So you have an increase of 500,000 in your budget. So you should be able to start building back up a fund balance with that 400,000 additional funding?
We are projecting to have 300,000 in fund balance, and if the, you know, the hot revenues, the shot revenues continue to come in as projected, then that, and there aren't additional one-time expenses coming out of shot, then yes.
Okay, so I'm going to vote for this because I see the need and the, you know, when you see your fund balance go down over the last 2 years, it's not a good thing. Where you're not making up the revenues in order to pay for what you're doing on the beach. And I think we want to make sure we take care of the beach. I think $20 for a parking permit for the entire year is not astronomical. And so I will be in this because I'd rather take care of the beaches. And a lot of these charges will go not only to locals, but to visitors as well. So I will be supportive. Thank you. Now I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
If I could ask really quick, something that we see or hear a lot is, and I know there's a question about color differences between the trash receptacles managed by city versus the ones managed by county, but of course, the beachgoers' experience is just are cans full or not. So something that I think would be very beneficial is if we could look at copying perhaps something like Port Aransas does. They have much larger receptacles. I'm not sure what all goes into that, but I think they manage the load pretty well. So something like that, I would really love to see consideration for those types of options.
Okay.
But thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank you. We will take a look at that.
Yes.
All right.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Yanez, D4. Okay, so this happened 2 weeks ago. Seems like deja vu. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but I remember that they said that they spoke to all the surrounding areas, 3 cities that all agreed. But Port Aransas just said they're sticking to $12. Mr. Zanoni said that Port Aransas did not agree with the deal because they wanted to charge more. But they've already said what they're going to charge. We can just go to Port Aransas to buy our stickers, right? I mean, I don't understand.
Charge is the same, right?
But I thought you guys said that it was going to be a deal, that all 3 cities had already said that you were all going along with the $20.
That's right.
But it's not true.
No, it's true.
They've already said they're going at 12. They've already put it out there.
Peter, perhaps if there is a statement somewhere, and if this constituent has a copy of it, maybe then we could directly relate it. And
Yeah,
someone could
Robert
speak
Dodd
with
can
her.
meet with her. He's right there after the vote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I think we have a motion and a second. Okay, the next item pulled is item number 16. Eric, I'm sorry, Councilman Cantu, I believe you pulled that one as well.
There was some concerns about the bidding process on this. There's only one bidder. Do you know why the local companies didn't bid on this?
Yes, sir. Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. Yeah, so there was 2 items that we were bringing to council. One was an all-weather mix, and then also you had a cold laid asphalt. And so on the all-weather mix, that's the one that had one bidder, and the reason is, one, they were the only one that bid, but I do understand that I believe Anderson is on the material producer list for TxDOT. For whatever reason, they didn't put in a bid, but historically, Waller's been providing the all-weather to us, as well as Vulcan providing the cold mix.
Got you. And are they located in San Antonio?
The Waller is Hempstead, Texas, and it's not I believe the comment earlier was the local producer. So when we make hot mix or when we have hot mix, your local producers of hot mix buy their binder from the refineries, Valero and Ergon, here locally, to make the hot mix. This is not hot mix, this is cold mix. So cold mix is actually produced out of Corpus Christi. And so the binders that they use, they're not even using an AC content from a refinery, they're using a cutback or an emulsion. And so it's produced out of town, they supply us in stockpiles. When I worked at TxDOT, it was the same thing. Here locally, the Corpus Christi district, they'll get their cold mix from Vulcan. If they do produce it locally, I know Martin Marietta does have a plant in Robstown, but they do a cost-benefit analysis based on the tonnage, and they'll get the cost to produce versus the amount of money they think they'll make.
I just got a question. So like when you send us out for bid, do you guys pick up the phone, call companies, or on the portal for the bidding process to go online to bid and all that? Do they send out emails? How does that work?
Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. Councilman, so just to touch base on item 16, that one was pulled as well. 16, we did, to talk about the procurement process only, I think the procurement process for this one was a request for bid. We did receive 3 bids, and the requirement here is to award to the lowest bid. So for item 16.
So number 16, you got 3 bids?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I believe the one that's in question is item 17. That one, it seems to be a unique commodity. Ernie here can talk more about the commodity itself, but we follow the same process when we do this bid. We went out for about 4 weeks, and to answer your question, we have what's called a supplier portal where all our vendors are registered. We recently had an event to promote that supplier portal as well, and we were able to reach out about over 100 registrants. Not all of them would supply this item. Yeah. So we're out there for 4 weeks, and we also advertise in the newspaper. So we extended that bid for 2 more weeks, for a total of 6 weeks. We then, and then in that time period, we did receive 1 bid. And so historically as well, in 21-22, the last time we went out for bid, we received 2 bids in 2021, and then 2022 we received 1 bid. So we can see that there's a trend of this is a difficult commodity to acquire.
Got it. I see them. Okay, thank you. I move to approve.
Councilman Roy.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were saying, because I think you basically covered 16 and 17 together.
Yes, sir.
With the rationale.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Do we have any public comment on item 16? No, okay. Do we have a motion and a second on 16? Okay, I think, did we finish that? No, not yet. Okay, Councilman Cantu, I believe you pulled 17 as well.
Second.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on 17? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. She made it easy for you, Erin.
Yes, we'll mark your vote as yes, I assume. Okay, sorry about that.
How do you know if I'm voting yes on it?
Okay, who pulled number 18?
All right, I move for approval.
Try and pull everything just to make Roland upset. I got a question. So on this one, do you, we have a lot of, my understanding, this is services for solid waste services. Is it dumpsters? What is this?
Yes, sir. Philip Aldridge, Director of Solid Waste. So this is your commercial dumpsters, like your big front-end loader dumpsters that are at restaurants, multifamily homes, commercial places.
Okay, are they out of Corpus Christi or in Austin?
They're home office of all the companies that bid. The 3 different companies are out of town, but they all have local presence here.
Okay.
Operational yards.
Okay, got you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on item 18? All right, seeing none, we will vote. Okay. The last item that I have as pulled was 21, and I actually pulled that one. Hi, good afternoon. I just had a question. I see that there's one bid, and I believe it's listed as that bid came in above the probable cost estimate. Could you elaborate a little on that?
Sure. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. So we get an opinion of probable cost as the design evolves, just to give us a budgetary estimate and a ground check. But really, it's no guarantee of cost, you know, and I would say in this case, it's not a concern. We went to the engineer, had them revisit their estimate, and they were off mostly on the electrical parts of this. I don't think there's a better answer. You know, sometimes if there's a big gap between your cost estimate and your bid price, and you've got a low number of bids, you might consider re-advertising. But in this case, I don't think we're likely to get a better answer because Raytech's very established out there. They're doing multiple projects for us right now. And so I think that's creating some barriers to entry. So the plans were downloaded 183 times on this project. And there were 51 general contractors that downloaded plans, or 51 people with general contractors. And still we only got one bid. So my interpretation of what went down with that is, and we've seen it before, when a company has multiple projects going at a site like that, they're established, it's difficult to come in and compete.
Wasn't it like 3 million though, over the estimate, roughly? Maybe 2 and change.
The cost estimate was 16.7 million. It was 19 was the low bid.
Yeah.
In my universe, that's pretty close for the cost estimate. And engineers are usually they're not perfect on these. I wouldn't consider that to be a very large gap.
Okay.
So you could direct me to go re-advertise. You know, we have done that one time in the past, and we got a bid from the same contractor, and they raised the bid the second time. So
I hear the description. I can't help but feel like if we award this contract, we're basically securing we're re-solidifying that argument where it's like they don't bid because they see this contractor that has so many projects, and nothing against them. I'm not saying that they're not very capable and probable to do the job. I'm just speaking to the system, if you will.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you I had a solution for that. I really don't. But I think it's reasonable. It's reasonably close to the OPCC, and I don't think I've got a way to get a better price.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jeff. Do we have any other questions on the item? No. Okay. Any?
Second.
Motion and second. Do I have any comments from the public on this item? Nope. Then we can submit our votes. Okay, I believe that brings us through all of the consent agenda. That takes us to our first reading ordinance, which is item number 24, the white cap.
No, ma'am, that's consent.
Oh,
It's
I
a
am so
consent
sorry.
item.
I skipped one here. I do apologize. It's public hearings next. Item 25. the resolution to consider a proposed ad valorem tax rate of no more than 0.059 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2027.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good afternoon, everyone. Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. This agenda item is a resolution to schedule the public hearing for the fiscal year 2027 budget, as well as the fiscal year 2027 property tax rate. This item is also to set the maximum proposed tax rate for the 2027 budget. And today, we are just setting the maximum tax rate. We are not adopting the property tax rate. And let's see, there we go. Okay, so before I jump into the maximum proposed tax rate that staff recommends, I'm just going to cover some of the definitions that are required here in the truth of taxation state law. So the truth of taxation requires municipalities to calculate multiple tax rates, which include the no new revenue tax rate. And what the no new revenue tax rate is the same tax rate needed to generate the same revenues the tax rate needed to generate the same revenues from the prior year. Essentially, there'd be no new revenue. That's exactly what that rate means. I do want to advise council here, anything adopted, anything proposed higher than the no new revenue tax rate does require us to publish a notice that states a tax increase. And so we are not stating that there's a tax rate increase, but by adopting anything above the no new revenue rate, essentially the state requires us to say that we are having a tax increase. The next tax rate that's included as part of the truth and taxation requirements is the voter approval tax rate. That is the maximum tax rate the city council can set before triggering an election. The next tax rate we have is the no new revenue maintenance and operation rate. That is essentially similar to the no new revenue rate, this is the rate that we would set for a maintenance and operation portion of the tax rate, which would generate the same amount of revenue as in the prior year. Again, just a reminder to council, our tax rate consists of two components, one for maintenance and operation, one for interest and sinking or debt service. Next item here is the interest and sinking rate. That's the tax rate needed for our debt service. And lastly, we have the unused increment, which is a savings accumulated over a 3-year period when the city sets a tax rate below the voter approval rate. Okay, so today's actions, we need to take a record vote to set the maximum tax rate the council would like to work with. Once you've set that maximum tax rate, we cannot go above that tax rate, or we cannot adopt a tax rate higher than that tax rate without starting this process again, because would have to start the public notice again. The council can adopt a lower rate than the maximum proposed rate today. So just want to touch on the tax rate calculations here. The 2026 tax rate calculations, which are for the 2027 budget. Reminder here, our proposed budget was prepared based on a tax rate of 0.599774, which is our existing tax rate. The no new revenue tax rate is 0.596985, slightly lower than our proposed budgeted rate. And the voter approval tax rate is 0.654552, and all these are per $100 valuations. Our voter approval rate does include a saved unused increment of 0.038911. Staff is recommending to setting the maximum tax rate at 0.59974, which is our current tax rate, and to call a public hearing, or to call a public hearing for the fiscal year 27 budget and tax rate to be held on September 1st. I'll stand by for any questions.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval. Do I have any comments from the public?
So we need to open the public hearing, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I will open the public hearing and now ask for any comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second to approve. Okay, that brings us to item 26, which is a zoning case ZN 9184, Gonzalez Adolph et al.'s District 3. Ordinance rezoning a property at or near 1753 Galahart Road from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the RM1 Multifamily District.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Today I have before you properties located in District 3 with the request to rezone from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RM1 Multifamily 1 District. The subject property is currently vacant and not platted. The applicant is requesting a zoning change to allow 64-unit affordable housing development that will serve the general population with units designated for household with incomes at or below 60% of the area median income. Per the applicant, the development will include 3 multifamily structures with a maximum building height of 45 feet. This development is one of the 2 projects that receives a support resolution. The purpose of this request is to allow the development of an apartment complex. The property is part of the West Side Area Development Plan, which was adopted on January 10, 2023. The subject parcel is zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District, as well as to the north. Properties to the south are zoned RS6 and RM1, as well as to the west, and RM1 to the east. The subject property has remained RS6 Single Family, even though the abutting RM1 parcels have been reclassified over time as development occurred. According to available records, those neighboring parcels were originally RS6 as well, but their zoning changed as part of the subsequent redevelopment, while the subject property retained its original designation. Regarding the required public notification, 23 notices were mailed inside the 200-foot buffer, 10 were mailed outside of the 200-foot buffer, 0 notices were received in opposition, and 0 notices have been received in favor. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the City of Corpus Christi comp plan. However, it is inconsistent with the future land use designation of commercial. The proposed development may be made compatible with the present zoning conforming uses of nearby property and to the character of the surrounding area, limiting adverse impact upon the surrounding neighborhood. The property would be rezoned is suitable for uses permitted by the zoning district that would be applied by the proposed amendment. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval.
We have a motion and a second for approval. I, at this time, will open the public hearing and ask for any public comment on item 26. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close public hearing and we'll move to vote. Okay. We will go on to an ordinance annexing a 1.377 acre tract of land located along the south side of FM 43 or Weber Road, east of CR County Road 47 and west of State Highway 286 per petition by the landowner, Weber Crosstown Highway Properties LLC, approving the related service plan, adding the annexed area to City Council District 3, seeking removal of annexation territory from Emergency Service District, rezoning the 1.377 acres from the FR Farm Rural District to the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District.
Michael Dice, Interim Assistant City Manager. That is my entire presentation. So I will show you a quick location. This is over off of Weber between Crosstown and London Pirate Way. You can see it there in the red on the south side of Weber. It's a little closer look, adjacent to 2 properties that were recently annexed as well, one for an ATM and one for a dental office. Weber Crosstown Properties will be building a Dollar General. This is the presented site plan, which may change based on permit submittal and plan review. Upon the annexation, they will have to permit and meet city standards specifically related to the other annexations in the area. Those you see detention ponds, as any drainage that goes out to a TxDOT right-of-way has to be regulated. They will be on water and they will have septic. There is no sewer in the area, and I stand by for any questions.
We have a motion and a second. Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Did we do the adjacent properties in District 3?
I believe so. I think on the south side it's D3, north side
Yeah,
is D5.
well,
Or maybe, I'm sorry.
Oh, vice versa.
Vice versa.
vice versa. So you have everything on the other side of Weber is D3, and everything on the east side is supposed to be D5, but
Yeah, I
it's
believe
not
that's supposed to be
contiguous.
D5, correct.
That just, it's contiguous with D3, but it's, not contiguous with D5.
Right. Again, I think that's supposed to be D5. The D3 was from,
Not that there's any voters there or anything, but,
well, Dollar General. No.
well, Dollar General is not, it's not a
I
residence, right?
understand. But yeah, we'll make sure that that's correct in the ordinance.
Just make it consistent, make sure it's consistent with the other two properties. that are there.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, actually. With this basically butting right up next to residential properties,
There is, if you look at the site plan, if we can bring that back up.
I can tell that they've positioned this for the least,
Correct.
disturbance towards those properties, but being that it is residential, is there going to be any kind of consideration to maybe it's not, a corrugated metal facility right next to what looks like very nice?
There are no design standards in that area. There is no
Gotcha.
overlay. There is no requirement. What there is setbacks, things of that nature. Now, you will notice there is a proposed septic area, which is also in those homes to the south. So that septic area provides that setback portion for the building. I will say Dollar General has done a pretty good job locally of making sure they're cohesive with their neighbors. They did have a design criteria on the island which changed up that design a little bit, but there is none in this area.
Okay, thank you for that information. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Is there any public comment for item 27? Seeing none, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Okay, that brings us to section L, which is our individual consideration items. We have item 28, a one reading ordinance.
Buck Bryce, interim city attorney. This is for the one reading ordinance declaring the proposed Fairwater Amendment petition to be a climate charter amendment.
I'm so sorry, Buck. Could you bring your mic down?
Sorry.
Thank you.
This is for the one reading ordinance declaring the proposed Fairwater Amendment petition to be a climate charter amendment. So in 2023, Senate Bill 1860 amended Chapter 9 of the Local Government Code to prohibit a home rule municipality from holding an election for voter approval of a proposed climate charter unless the legislature adopts a resolution approving the proposed charter. Texas Code, Local Government Code, Section 9.0045 specifically states, a municipality may not hold an election for voter approval of a proposed climate charter unless the legislature adopts a resolution in the proposed climate charter. Climate charter amendment is defined by Texas Local Code, Section 9.0015, and defines climate charter as a charter provision or amendment establishing a comprehensive rule or policy statement that purports to address climate change or the municipality's environmental impact, including water use, energy use, and air pollution. So the Office of the Texas Secretary of State, in reference to the Fairwater Amendment, opined, after reviewing the proposed amendment, our office believes there is an argument that this is a climate charter amendment that would require the legislature to adopt a resolution before an election can be held. However, while our office believes there is an argument this is a climate charter amendment, ultimately the city must be the one to make the final determination. We recommend consulting with your city's attorney as well as possibly reaching out to Texas Municipal League for further guidance on this issue. The City Attorney's Office has reviewed the proposed amendment and concludes that it purports to address the municipality's environmental impact, including water use, and purports to address climate change through mandatory regulation of water use during recurring drought conditions. The Fair Water Amendment does more than set a utility rate. It creates charter-level rules for drought surcharges, conservation, allocation, curtailment, wholesale customer obligations, enforcement, and conforming city actions. The amendment purports to reduce and deter water consumption during drought to achieve water conservation. A single purpose can be comprehensive when the measure creates an integrated regulatory program. Merriam-Webster's defines climate change as significant and long-lasting change in the Earth's climate and weather patterns. The Fair Water Amendment findings identify recurring and increasingly severe drought conditions as the factual predicate for permanent charter regulation. The measure responds to those drought conditions by mandating water use controls, conservation duties, and surcharges designed to change consumption behavior. The city need not prove petitioner's subjective motive. Section 9.0015 asks whether the amendment purports to address climate change or environmental impact. Furthermore, the Fair Water Amendment expressly states that drought surcharges are intended to regulate and deter water use to achieve necessary water conservation. It prohibits exemptions from drought stage conservation, allocation, and curtailment requirements for large industrial users. It mandates surcharges and extends collection, remittance, and enforcement obligations to wholesale customers. It's my recommendation that the council pass the ordinance declaring the Fair Water Amendment to be a climate charter amendment. Upon council's determination that the Fair Water Amendment constitutes a climate charter, the local government code prohibits the city from holding an election on the proposed amendment unless the Texas legislature first adopts a resolution approving the proposed climate charter. And that's, any questions?
Council members, any questions on the item? Councilman Vaughn?
And so what does our charter say about us when they file a petition? What's our charter say?
What is, I'm sorry?
When you file a petition that they filed, what does the charter say we do?
So under the state law, we're required to, once we receive a petition, we're required to count the votes, and if they meet the votes, then the city has an administrative duty to put it on the ballot, except for this exception I just quote cited.
Okay, so we have an obligation to do that, other than for your exception,
Right.
which I don't know that I agree with climate.
Fair enough.
But I just want to know what the charter says so that we obey the charter.
It's a state law provision, but yes, that's what the state law
Okay.
requires.
I'm concerned because I think we've set a precedence here, and I don't want it to where you come in here and you dictate what the rules are. I don't think that's right. I don't think you can do that, because we have to be fair to everybody, industry, residential, everyone. So I'm conflicted on this. So somebody better convince me, or not. I mean, I just want to hear more information. I can't believe no one's got their buttons on here.
We have Councilman Hernandez next.
Okay, I want to be clear on this. The Fair Water Amendment policy-wise is bad. It doesn't, it puts a lot of burden on one customer class, and I don't think that will hold up in the PUC. However, I can't say that this is climate change related in any way. It's a stretch. It's too much of a stretch. Because, I mean, that would basically make our drought contingency plan climate change related. And I don't think it is. It'd be far for me to be hypocritical and say I'm going to follow the charter and then not follow the charter. So I will, even though I disagree with what's the contents of the amendment, the Fair Water Amendment as it's stated, I'm not gonna do acrobatic acts to try and make this climate change. It is, I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place with this particular thing. Because I want to make sure we follow the process and give, all the due fair process to people. that did the work and followed the charter. Like I said, I don't think the policy, underlying policy is good. I think it's bad. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Roy?
In your slide presentation, you asked, or you stated that, did you seek the Texas Municipal League? What, I think that's in your slide.
It is. I do, our office did not, no, we did not.
Why?
In my experience with Texas Municipal League, on stuff that's kind of political hotbed, they normally just give you kind of a general answer. So I mean, I'm not bad-mouthing them, but I believe if we would ask them, they would give us kind of a general answer like the Secretary of State did, just saying, yeah, there's an argument that it is, but they wouldn't commit either way.
So this is an issue that is, this is a tough issue, because this issue not only covers, it's an ethical issue, it's an issue related to, part of it's based on opinion. There is, like Councilwoman Vaughn said, that it can set a precedent. When you take a look at the fact that you had a group of people that went out and followed the rules the best of their ability. They went out, got the petition, we validated the petition, right? 18,000 voters? is that, I think
12,000?
Okay, so I think they validated 12, but I think there was 18,000
There was
total.
13,000 submitted, 13.
Thank you. Let's keep my numbers straight.
Yeah.
But that process, and here's my concern. In terms of what we're voting on, if it goes to the voter, then the voter makes that decision. When we talk about the nuances of this particular finding, whether or not it's climate related or not, the bottom line is, and I think you've explained this well, that the flip side to this is that, let's just say, for example, we did say that it was climate related. That opens up a whole other possible litigation from the individuals that entered that went through the process, the well-documented process.
Yes, that decision could be challenged in court. And if the council chooses not to declare a climate charter, it doesn't prohibit the act from being challenged by other outside parties as busy climate charter.
But from my standpoint, I've stood up here before multiple times, and I have said, if there's something like the Inner Harbor, for example, I've said if there's something that we don't agree on, ultimately the voters have the ability to make that decision. That is the power of our voters. And so whether I agree, as Councilmember Hernandez said, in terms of what the action is, they went through the process, and I have to respect that process. And that, to me, is very important and foremost. Now, in the event that we follow that process and somebody says, okay, some of the things that they put within that petition aren't accurate or you can't vote on it, or whatever the case is, that's later on down the line. But I think it sends the wrong message if we're going to prohibit somebody that goes through the process and we come up with, and I don't want to say it's a technicality, and we stop that process. So, thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
Thanks. So I'm going to set a record for making people mad in a 7-day period, I think. I don't like the amendment. I think it's bad public policy, but I also respect 12,000, 15,000 signatures. But ultimately, I look at my city attorney and I ask you if your legal opinion is if it violates or if it is a charter amendment, climate change amendment. And I think there's going to be litigation either way, but I think we asked for your opinion. You gave it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to understand. I mean, I did spend the last 2 weeks trying to define a hearsay inside a hearsay, which I don't think I ever did a really good job of instantly. So you asked me my opinion. My opinion is that our lawyer said that it's a charter amendment, and I think the bad news is it's out there. And so if it is challenged, our own lawyer says it is. And so I'm inclined to side with our lawyer. I recognize that's making the other half of the community mad at me. But we asked for your opinion, you gave it, and I would rely on your legal advice.
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, it's 12,788 signatures, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess it's not surprising about how I've always felt about this. I mean, I think candidly, the Fair Water Amendment is actually going to increase rates for residential ratepayers, and I'm confident it will. I think the thing is that right now, the situation is the authors of this flawed amendment, because you can basically say, we're not going to let the sun shine in Corpus Christi if you get 12,000 voters and put it on a referendum. That's the way the charter works. That's the way. Am I correct?
Yes, the state law is essentially anything that gets the required votes, it gets to get on the ballot.
So we can prohibit the sun from shining.
That's correct.
You know, and so I think that's the thing. And you know, and I just want to say, I was approached by 3 different individuals in particular. You know, 2 of them during Art Walk at different times, and all of them just basically said, hey, sign this petition so that way industry can pay their fair share. And I said, well, how much is that? And not, with the exception of all 3, one of them said they only paid 31 cents per $1,000, per 1,000 gallons. And so I'm just kind of, I'm sure the individuals that showed up here are quite well informed. I think some of the individuals that paid, all 3 of those were paid, I'm sure, because they looked like they needed the money really bad, you know. And I just, because, and I felt sorry for them because they were being exploited, you know, for the purpose of political ideology. And I think, once again, I mean, it's predictable. I'm sure you feel that it's predictable what I support, but what this is going to do, in essence, is remove the surcharge, and so that way, if there's no stage 3 or if there's no level 1 emergency, then those individuals will never have to pay anything, of which we're moving in that direction. So, but hey, if you got it on there, you got it on there. It appears you got the votes. I mean, I think basically the $100,000 that they paid to have a legal, to have this all put together, and all the attorneys that they paid to put this together gave them some bad advice, because I agree with you, Buck. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, this drought exemption surcharge has been around since 2018. And the people that have been petitioning this to remove this has been going on for years and years. I mean, I started with this drought surcharge exemption fee to remove it. And, you know, I tried to do it here in the dais, and no one would support it. So the next best thing, which is democracy calls for, is take it out to the people. They did that. They checked the language, like many of them have said. They obtained more than enough signatures, but yet we still have, because we have a way out, and our attorney has given us that way out, some people here on the dais still don't respect the will of the people. Either way, whether it's going to be challenged, there's no doubt that it will be challenged if it's not passed, and it will be challenged if it is passed, because that's the nature of the beast. So for us here to be here and stop the process is just wrong. It's undemocratic, and we should just do what we were elected to do, which we just did last week when we had a presentation, we had a petition. We did exactly that. We followed the process, and that's all we should be doing now. I shouldn't have to be sitting here explaining that. It should come natural for all of us here. I hope that they will change their mind. I really can't see our council members going against 18,000 people that want to have a say. So I hope that they will support this.
Councilmember Roy.
So this is my second time speaking, but the only thing I want to say is that I can't make an assumption in terms of our voters, and it's almost, what's the word I'm looking for? Not embarrassing, but to make the assumption that our voters aren't smart enough to understand the issues that they're voting on. That's not for me to determine. You know, so I'm not, again, the fact is, when we look at this process, we follow the process, and now it's up to the voters, and I'm okay with that. And again, I'm not sitting here talking about in terms of what is necessarily in the content of the petition. It's going to have challenges. We know that. We know that it's going to have challenges probably, but at the end of the day, for us to sit there and say, well, I can't imagine also that 12,900 people didn't have a clue of what they were signing either, because I just don't think there's that many people. Right now, with the amount of fraud and all the things that go on in life, people are very hesitant in signing anything unless they know what they're signing for, in my opinion. At least that's what I see on a daily basis. But to sit there and say that I know better than my voters, that's what we're here to do, is represent our voters. And so, again, I'm not going to stop this process, and I'm certainly not going to sit there and say that I know better than my voters. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, wow, I guess you guys push the button and push it back on. No, it's fine, it's fine. I want to give some, I said that I thought it was bad policy, and I want to give some specifics around why I think it's bad policy. In paragraph E, subsection 3, where it says threshold of amount of rates, you actually put a rate in there that's more than what we have in our drought contingency plan. And it's a stagnant rate that's tied to the charter. So if you ever want to change those rates, you have to do an election. That's a tough thing, because if you think about the pay that was set for council members back in 1982, where it was based on minimum wage, it's almost impossible to change. So $3 may not be anything in 30 years. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is that the drought contingency plan can change and can be set by council, and those drought stages can be changed to reflect that. We're going to change it because new water sources are going to come online. You could get in a situation where you never get to stage 2. Okay, so I want to say that there are problems with this type of policy when you create a situation. Like I said, I think it's bad policy, and I gave you 2 examples of why. And so I want to make sure you understand why I don't agree with it, but I appreciate that you followed the rules, you followed the requirements. And I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to call it something it's not, and I'm going to respect the process. Thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
My apologies. There were some comments made up here that I don't share. I respect the work that you've done. I think you worked hard. I don't, how you did it, it's your business. 12,700 is a big number, but I also don't want to run counter to state law. And my attorney says that it's his opinion that it would run counter to state law to put it on the election. I've spent a lot of energy trying to share with our state legislators that we're trying to be law-abiding. I know you disagree with that, but I just wanted to get out that I think you did yeoman's work, and I don't want to say I don't want to be associated with anything that seems to think that you didn't do wonderful work. I just think it violates state law based on your opinion. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Oh, it's my turn. Hey, Buck, so if we don't approve this today, we will get sued by the people that did this. And if we approve it today, we're going to get sued by industry. Is that correct?
The vice versa, as far as the declaring the proposed, no, I'm not saying, let me back it up. So before you right now is the ordinance to declare it climate charter. If you do that, the proponents of the amendment can challenge in court. If you choose not to pass the ordinance declaring, now you're obligated to put it on the ballot. Whether somebody else does challenge that or not, it's open for challenge, but
And what is the city staff recommendation?
I'm recommending to declare it climate charter in accordance with the state law, but it's a city council decision.
So my issue on this is that we had over 12,000 people sign the petition, whatever it is, right? My understanding was like 18,000, but the rest were not registered voters. So they got like 12,000. That's a lot of people, right? I understand Baeta's concerns that he talked to somebody and they thought whatever he said they thought, or whatever the case is, and I agree with that. Some people don't know what they signed, but sometimes the voters don't understand who they voted for, you know? So it works both ways, and I'm going to listen to the people that signed it. And you gotta understand this too. We just went through history in Corpus Christi Friday. We put a mayor under impeachment because of a charter, you know, and we told the public that we were following the charter on the removal process of the mayor. And the charter says, bring us this many signatures and you could put it on the ballot. And I just feel that we need to do it. We need to put on the ballot because our charter says, you know, if the charter needs to be updated, then we need to update it. I mean, it's a lot of old stuff in there, you know, stuff that I don't agree with. So I'm going to vote for this today, and we'll just go from there and let the voters decide in November if they want something different, you know? Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I just wanted to reference what my Councilman Hernandez had stated about the, I guess, section, or number 3 in section E, about the drought. The actual numbers listed, which says stage 1, no surcharge, stage 2, $3 per 1,000 gallons, stage 3, $6 per 1,000 gallons, and then water emergency, $12 per 1,000 gallons. All this information that is placed here was something we, the staff, had on the drought contingency plan. So if there was an issue back then, why was it not fixed? I mean, that's what he is alerting to. You know, he's asserting that something is wrong and then it's going to be challenged, that it's, you know, going to affect just the industry. But I disagree with that. I also know that, you know, we're jumping the gun. We already are trying to here, you know, already contest some of the detailed information. But I say, like anything else, we're following the process. The first step is first, we have to pass it. If we don't pass it, then we don't have anything to argue. So this is something that has to be dealt with legally, not now. It's not our place to argue that right now. I also want to make sure that our city secretary was able to confirm that all the signatures that were signed were legal and in good standing. You did that already, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we verified the petition.
Okay, so again, we have followed the process, and we need to move forward and put this on the ballot once and for all. And with that, I move for approval to put it on the ballot.
So,
Oh, to put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot?
your motion's for option 2.
Option 1.
It's
I'm
option
sorry.
2. On the agenda, it's option 2. It's a-
Oh, I'm sorry, option 2, thanks.
So Buck, I just wanted some clarification. It seems to me what it boils down to is there's a question mark if this is actually contrary to that state law that says climate or not.
Correct.
So when you say it's against the state law to move this forward because it's an issue of climate change, in reality, that's the legal interpretation.
Correct.
But the law doesn't specifically say this is.
No, this is just my legal opinion, counter opinions, that this is not climate change. And there's always different opinions.
And I think the Secretary of State said,
There's an
they're not
argument.
even going to take, right. So that's where it's left to this body to make that interpretation. And I think there's a lot to be said about the effort that was gone through to get us here. And I think that we have certainly established a track record of trying to, in good faith, follow our charter, allow the public to be heard, and know that they're approachable here. So I wanted to just enter my 2 cents there for that. I have one more comment from here, from the dais, and then after that, I would like Ms. Rebecca Huerta to share a little bit about her staff, because this has truly been an enormous endeavor, really.
Before we do that, may I just go ahead and make it clear that I was stating the one reading ordinance ordering a special election to be held on November the 3rd, 2026, City of Corpus Christi. I'm reading it because I want to make sure we get this right. On providing for consideration of amendments to the charter of the City of Corpus Christi for petitioner's proposed Fair Water Amendment, providing procedures for holding such election, providing for notice of election and publication thereof, providing for establishment of branch early polling locations, designating polling place locations, authorizing a joint election with Nueces County, and enacting provisions incident and relating to the subject and purpose of this ordinance. So this is what we will be voting on.
Thank you, Councilwoman Campos. Again, we'll go to Councilwoman Vaughn next, and then to Ms. Rebecca Huerta.
Mr. Sinoni, what's your take on this?
So I agree with Buck, who's done the legal interpretation, which is that it appears that it could violate the state's prohibition to climate change measures. And what the state says is don't put it on, it doesn't say don't put it on the ballot. It says let the state decide whether or not you put it on the ballot. So Buck and the recommendation of the city is to say, follow the state rules, send it to the state legislature, who this is what their law is. They would tell us whether or not it would be a climate change or not, and they would tell us whether or not to put it on the ballot. We're following the Secretary of State gave us an opinion, and he would be the right state agency for us to check with, and Rebecca checked there, and we did as well. The Secretary of State of Texas said this appears to be a climate change measure, And so if we follow state law, we would do what they tell us to do, which is send it to them, and the legislature would tell us. So that's what we recommend today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My concern is this, that we're trying to mandate a water rate for just one customer class. That's all we're doing, and we're going to be challenged. There is no doubt about that. And I don't think that's fair. And I appreciate all the work that they did, because I don't think they think that's fair either. We have to be fair across the board, so this is a real concern. I don't know if I can vote either way, because I don't know what to do, because I get what you're saying. Let the state tell us, and if they're telling us they think that's what it is,
Yeah.
I mean, I wish that we had the time to wait and get their opinion.
Well, that's the state, the lead agent in the state who we should have checked with is who we did. That's the Secretary of State. That person said this appears to be a climate change measure, period. But the council has to decide. They also said the rule is that we set up, let the city council or let the local governing body decide. But they do have a process, and we like processes. And the process is send it to the state and let the legislature decide. So we're not saying don't put it on. We're saying we got to follow state law that's been handed to us from the last legislative session. And that says the state will decide for you.
And it's our duty to follow our charter, but it's also our duty to follow state law.
That's
So
why that's in part why we're making the recommendation.
Yes, and that's why I'm conflicted.
follow
So,
laws. We like to
I mean,
follow
you don't do
laws.
one or the other.
Right.
So and why would Councilman Barrera say that he thought the rates were going to go up for residents? Because that's a biggie for me.
Well,
Isn't
that's
that what you
because,
said?
yeah, what he's saying there is if the drought exemption fee, which generates $6 million annually, is eliminated, that means we're going to have to get $6 million from somebody
Short.
else, and that's from
Short.
all the other customers.
So we all need to think about that up here, because I sure don't want the rates to go up for residents. We had to
We
vote
collect
in
$6
one.
million on a voluntary payment
Yeah.
from the industry today.
Yeah.
And if we don't have that $6 million, we either cut water services, cut maintenance operations, or we levy that. Excuse me, it's inappropriate. But we would get the revenue from some of the source, and that would be from either residential, commercial customers, or large volume.
So we're going to have to make up the $6 million is what you're telling me, one way or the other.
Correct.
So that's a concern for me. I'm telling you guys, I'm really conflicted about it. I am. This is very difficult. I honestly don't know what to do. What I would love to do is take it to the state, get an opinion, bring it back, and then put it on the ballot if they tell us to.
Right, I mean, that is.
I mean, why
that's
can't we do that?
So to Peter's point, under the state law, if you declare it climate charter, then the petitioners they have to go to the Texas legislature to get permission to get it on the ballot. So in the ordinance for the climate charter, Section 5 specifically provides that nothing in this ordinance shall prohibit the petitioners from seeking legislative approval as required by Chapter 9 of the Texas Local Government Code.
So they have to take it there.
Correct. If you approve this ordinance.
You're talking about the climate
Climate charter,
ordinance?
you're right. If you declare climate charter, they have to go to the state legislature and get their permission to put it on the ballot.
Well,
Just a nuance.
we really need to look at the charter, because we've got some convoluted things in there. And I don't mean this ugly, but lawyers did it. And when you start dealing with lawyers, no offense, it's convoluted.
It's a state law.
I know,
The Texas legislators-
I'm talking about our charter
charters,
for
but
the
it's a
city.
little muddy.
We got some problems there, we clearly do, but, and then we're put here and say, well, you got to do what the charter says, and I believe that, but I also want to do what the Texas law, state law says as well. So I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I may abstain. I don't know what I'm going to do.
So you guys are saying, because the way I understood it was the Secretary of State said it could go either way.
They said there's an argument. They said there's an argument that it's climate charter.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Let's read the whole statement, Buck. What do they say?
Sure. After reviewing the proposed amendment, our office believes there is an argument that this is a climate charter amendment that would require the legislature to adopt a resolution before the election can be held. However, while our office believes there is an argument that this is a climate charter amendment, ultimately the city must be the one to make the final determination. We recommend consulting with your city attorney as well as possibly reaching out to Texas Municipal League for further guidance on this issue.
Yeah, so
And what did Texas Municipal League say?
We did not reach out to them. Like I said, on these hot button issues, they normally give kind of neutral advice.
Yeah. We tried to get we worked with Ryan to see if we could get the legislators that approve that legislation to help the council to opine on that bill, but it wasn't possible to do that. We couldn't get the legislators to, to give us feedback.
But we didn't go through TML, and we have an email saying go to TML.
No.
Yeah, that's correct. We did not consult TML.
And the very last day to call this election is Monday.
The 17th, right, Rebecca? Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions from the council here. I'm sure there's public comment. So what we'll do is go to public comment. And I think almost everybody has used up 2 talking times, but we're actually pretty early. So when we return from public comment, if we need any additional comments from the members here, I would entertain that we allow a 3rd time to speak. So at this time, I'll open public comment for this item. If you would like to speak on 28. Ms. Rebecca?
Ma'am, no, council, our public comment rules, people can speak at noon regarding an agenda item, or they can speak when the item comes up, but not twice. They decide one opportunity or the other to discuss it.
Okay. And I apologize again. We are still waiting for you to be able to talk about your staff. So I'm so sorry. Before we go to public comment, if you'd share with us, because this has been a pretty big endeavor.
I just wanted to thank some people, basically the city secretary's office staff for helping verify this petition. This was, it's a first in my career, and I love my staff. They rise to any challenge. We were also in the middle of another first, the removal hearings, and all those things were going on concurrently, candidate filing. So and anytime I tell them, we just get together and we figure out how to get that done. I'd especially like to thank Assistant City Secretary Stephanie Box. She led the team doing the doing the verifying. And it was just a very organized, calm process while all that was going on. So I really thank her for her leadership on that. And the IT department, I want to give them a shout out. They created a registered voters database that helped us with verification, so it helped us meet that deadline. So we were so grateful to them for doing that for us. And I would also like to thank the petitioners' representatives for their courtesy and their great communication throughout the process. It made it it just made it a lot easier to get this done. So thank you to those people. Thank you very much.
This was a lot of signatures. The community worked hard, the departments worked hard, and this is something that doesn't happen every day. And so I am very proud and amazed, at least to say, that this actually took place and we are having this discussion, whatever takes place in the next several minutes. But your staff really, I was incredibly impressed at just how quickly and efficiently you guys were able to move through everything. So thank you for doing that and serving our city, really. And with that, we will open public comment. So if you have not spoken on this item earlier, you are welcome to do so now.
Hi, my name is Robin Schneider. I live in Austin, Texas, but have been very involved in city council work and issues here in Corpus Christi for a long time. My shoes broke while I walked up here, so that's why I'm barefoot. I think that I want to salute the council members that I've heard so far that want to respect the work that went into this by both the city staff and by the people who gathered the signatures. And if this is the first time, imagine the feedback you're going to get if you deny people the right to vote on this on the basis of a statement that an argument may be made that this is against the charter amendment. That charter amendment was passed. That bill was passed because El Paso activists got something on the ballot. Industry didn't like it. They spent a lot of money to kill it, and they did kill it. And they didn't want to have to face the voters again. This is not a climate change charter amendment. It's about drought and water amendment, the water rates. That you can argue almost anything is climate change if you're going to go by that argument this time. So it seems like enough of you are in the right place. If anybody wants to sue you afterwards, let them try. But I don't think their argument is going to hold up in court. Is climate even mentioned once in this amendment? I don't think so. So do the right thing. Let the voters decide. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Koivala. I am a citizen of Corpus Christi, pay the water rates that everyone else here does. I'm really confused because as I've read things, I don't see where the Fair Water Amendment addresses climate change at all, or water use, or energy use, or air pollution. And if it has no environmental impact, so I don't understand why the city thinks that we need approval from the state. I don't understand why they think this would be a climate thing. It makes me wonder why the city thinks that we need to derail the wishes of the community by making this a climate charter amendment. And also, I question if the Fair Water Amendment is declared a climate change by you all, or if you do refer this to the state, then our 2018 charter to create the exemption for industry is also a climate change charter. So that's something else to think about as you're making this decision. Thank you.
Jennifer Espino, D4. As you all have spoken to very well, this actually isn't about your position on the Fair Water Amendment. It's also not about your egregious opinions of the countless dedicated and caring people who labored tirelessly to get this on the ballot, who you represent, like it or not. It's about demonstrating a commitment to upholding democratic processes and also expanding our idea of what democracy is beyond just showing up to the ballot box every couple years. I have been organizing in Corpus Christi since the Bush era. As a teenager, I spent much of my teens and early 20s completely disillusioned by the system and organizing at the margins of it. It took being embraced by community and centering a culture of care and solidarity, including from people who do not agree with me on a lot of things, to forever alter my own perspectives and theory of change. I owe so much of that development and gratitude to my elders and others in our community who have taken base building and earning trust seriously, many of those being people who laid the foundation for this amendment. While I remain a skeptic and still believe we need a transformation of this system, I've been heartened by so much of what we've been able to accomplish. After spending years being told to listen to the adults in the room and engage in the processes available to us, to play by the rules, we've jumped through every hoop, met every standard and deadline. Do not move the goalpost now. Do not obstruct democracy and let the voters decide. Every week we come here and we are accused of being outside agitators influenced by Austin or outside influences when so many of us were born and raised here, have chosen to build our lives and communities here. And this council is considering allowing now outside influences to shape our democratic processes. The Secretary of State's office wrote in May, ultimately, the city must be the one to make the final determination, so we are begging you to make the right determination and put the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot to let the voters decide. When we fundraise to pay workers a living wage for labor, for issues dear to us, it's a problem. But when Dolly Trolley, who is likely making hundreds of thousands of dollars and more money than any of us will ever see, walks in here to shill for the refineries, it's not a problem. When we pop off from the audience because there are blatant lies and mischaracterizations being spouted, it's a problem. But when Dolly Trolley or David Loeb walk up to the mic to give untimed and unlimited input, it's permitted. So what we are asking is what we have always asked, to be able to be seen as people that you all represent, as people who are engaging in the processes before us, and as people who are deeply dedicated to democracy and expanding that with people who agree with us and people who do not.
of which many of those people made up this fight to get this amendment on the ballot. So just begging you to do your due diligence. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Yes, thank you.
Chloe Torres, District 2. I'm here today to ask that the council vote yes to putting the Fair Water Amendment on the ballot for the November general election. The Fair Water Amendment is not just sound drought conservation policy, it represents a decision before the council. Either you govern on behalf of the people who elected you, or the entities who stand to benefit from the city retaining the discriminatory drought surcharge exemption fee. And I'm going to explain why I call it discriminatory. On August 28, 2018, the Sitting Council heard from a consultant who brought forward the drought surcharge exemption fee. He begins his presentation by saying, quote, "Industry has long wanted some additional assurance in terms of their water supply and have been concerned about the potential for cutbacks and what that would do to their operations," end quote. These opening sentences alone reveal who this policy was written in the service of and what it was aimed to do. It was written with and for industry to secure their water supply that they want in order to avoid disruption in operations, aka disruption in profit. The consultant goes on to say that the policy was, quote, crafted around the extremely large water users in the community. He goes on to say that this policy would provide a way for, quote, industry to continue to operate their current facilities. They can be more assured that there will be a non-interruptible water supply, which Inner Harbor was the only water supply option brought up. And it can help them, quote, justify their expansion. Again, it was made very clear at that moment that this policy was created, proposed, and adopted with one customer class in mind, heavy industry. And that's precisely why we named it the Fair Water Amendment, because it rights the wrong. And I'd like to speak to what Councilwoman Vaughn brought up in terms of, will the city lose revenue? No, the city is expected to gain, not lose revenue. According to our own water department, the city has realized around $35 million in total revenue from the exemption fee since its inception. And the program is projected to generate about $6 million in revenue per year moving forward. Which means that even if the program, which is intended to fund the development of, quote, drought-proof water supplies like desalination, even if it continued for another 20 years, it would still have only generated 15% of the projected $1.2 billion of the Inner Harbor. Once the exemptions are terminated and prohibited, the levy and collection of much larger drought surcharges would take effect, which would result in significant increase in city revenue dedicated to drought responses. This could level out our water rates. This would actually be a boon. This would be a saving grace for the constituents that council members, I believe, do care about, like our senior citizens. Please vote yes on this. Respect the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Hello, my name is Midge Epstein. I live in District 4, and I did not intend to speak today, but I feel as though it's important that you hear from everybody who has an opinion on this. I've read the interim city attorney's legal recommendation to the council. I've also read the legal analysis from Max Renee Hicks, an attorney at law, who wrote a memo to the Fair Water Political Action Committee, and also a legal opinion from attorney Sarah Chen, who is the senior supervising attorney for the Texas Civil Rights Project. From my reading of this, and I'm a well-educated person, a master's degree from UCLA, undergraduate degree from Tulane, resident of Corpus Christi for 18 years, I see a vague description of the legal issues from the interim city attorney, and I see detailed analyses from a legal standpoint from the other two attorneys who have given legal opinions, and those opinions have been provided to council members. I believe that the issues need to be put in terms of whether there is a reasonable legal challenge to doing what the council members are required to do by the city charter, which is to listen to the will of the people and those who signed the petition. I was helpful in getting signatures, but I have to tell you that most of the people that led the way on getting the signatures were young people. I have 3 adult children. They were all raised in Corpus Christi. None of them live here now. We need to encourage young people to believe in our city and want to stay here. The people who signed the petition are of all walks of life, all ages, Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals. Listen to the will of the people. Put this amendment on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. I absolutely believe you should be putting this on the ballot in November. One of the beautiful things about our country is that it is based on checks and balances of all things. The city charter is, just a reflection of the state's laws as well as the federal laws, and it allows us as citizens to gather a petition for laws that have been passed by the council and to come forward and to get these things done and put onto the ballot. You are not voting whether or not you like the Fair Water Amendment. I frankly kind of don't care whether you like it or not. It is for us to decide. You are elected. You are elected by people that you believed in, and they believed in you. So now you need to show that back. You need to show that love back and say you trust them and put this on the ballot. There's more than likely going to be a challenge from the state level or from private industry. That happens. But that is for them to do. We got the signatures together, and now it is your turn to do what is in our city charter and put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Yes. I believe you spoke on item 28 earlier.
Oh, can't do it again?
Only once. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hello, Beatriz Alvarado, District 1. This is not a climate charter. I actually wish it were, and that we were proud to lead the state in that way, but here we are on the opposite end of the spectrum. Everyone who spoke today sees right through this. It's a maneuver to keep it away from voters. The Secretary of State approved our language, as someone stated earlier. It's hard not to assume ill intent when we've been in touch with the city consistently through this. Why didn't they say anything sooner? They waited to put you between a rock and a hard place. This brought a lot of us together across all walks of life, and we're not going anywhere. $6 million is nothing. The drought surcharge exemption fee would bring in so much more, and I think you all know that in terms of surcharges. Last thing is how much we could have been making all of 2025 if the surcharges were imposed. That's going to circulate this election season. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question. We saw an argument come from the city attorney regarding their version of the ordinance, but as a representative of the Fair Water Amendment itself, are you willing to entertain that as well from our side?
I'm sorry, I need to get clarification if we can do that in this setting like this. Buck, I do have a question.
Okay.
While we think about that one, could you cite to us specifically in the documents that were submitted, even highlight it, because our presentation kind of just talked parameters, specifically cite where or what is being alleged to be climate?
So.
I don't, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't mean general, but specifically cite.
I understand. I'll just start off, I guess, with the specifics. if you'll start on page 1 of the actual proposal, it starts off with the voters of the city of Corpus Christi find and declare Corpus Christi is subject to reoccurring and increasingly severe drought conditions. Drought conditions is with that definition I just spoke about, weather patterns. It's climate change. And so under the statute, the proposed charter amendment doesn't have to use climate change, because that'd be kind of nonsensical. If you don't use the word climate change, well, then it's not climate change. It has to purport to address climate change. And so right out of the gate, it's saying that, hey, because we have these increasingly severe drought conditions, we've got to have these set of regulations. And so it's purporting to address this concern through these regulations. And then the secondary argument is it's also it's a municipal, excuse me, let me pull it up. The municipality's environmental impact in that we're conserving water because the city's supplying of water has an impact on the environment.
And did you get a copy of the attorney's opinion?
So I've received, I've reviewed Ms. Hicks' opinion, or excuse me, Mr. Hicks. The other opinion I don't believe I have seen, but so, and I guess I'll go into some of the flaws of Mr. Hicks' opinion. In my opinion, is at first he says, hey, well, the amendment never uses the word climate charter, and that's what I just was talking about. That's not, I don't think that's what the state legislature meant. I don't think a court would find that, oh, well, you didn't use the magic word, so you're safe, because that'd be too easy to evade. And then Mr. Hicks argues that the policy is not comprehensive, but I would disagree with that as well, because it comprehensively regulates the provision of water to large industrial users. And then finally, what was the last argument that Mr. Hicks makes? I think that just based off of memory, I believe the last argument was that the exception doesn't really apply, but I think that it clearly does.
Okay. I just passed forward something we received today, but I'm going to go ahead and take some additional questions from the dais. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, you know, we're going to have to agree to disagree, because what's happened in this city, everybody gets so upset on issues that they start attacking other people. And we don't have to do that. That's why we're where we are right now. You can like or dislike David Loeb or Dolly Trolley. I get it. And I think everyone tries to be fair. They have every right to be up here like anyone else does. And by the way, we did not accept Dolly Trolley's proposal. But my point is this. We've got to quit fighting on things. We've got to try and come to a consensus and work together. The city has been through enough, and we've got to do that without getting upset and mad. Agree to disagree. That's a good point, Mr. Sinoni. We should have gotten this on the council before now so that we had a little bit more time. I mean, that petition's been out there a while. I wished we had done that. And that way we would have had time to get with the Texas state and figure out what we were going to do, you know, and got more information. I hear the word severe drought. So I see where that would enter to the climate. I get that. But I think we almost have to count on the voters to have enough sense. And unfortunately, some voters are involved and they know what's going on, but the majority of voters are not. So if they don't pay attention, and if they don't, I don't believe the rates are going to go down. I don't think that's going to help the rates at all. Just going to disagree with you. I am concerned because we don't get that $6 million. We're $1.9 billion short. I think $1 million short in the budget, I think, this year. So I am concerned about that. But I hope the voters, if this goes on there, I hope that they figure it out, and I hope that they ask questions from the right people to make sure what they're voting on, they're going to get. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Mayor Pro Tem, here, and I want to validate, I truly respect, and I'm sure she probably doesn't appreciate me saying this, but Ms. Thortis' opinion, but specifically, it is singular. I agree with you. It is singular, and there's those of us that want industry expansion. And so you make that argument very well. and I appreciate it. I mean, you've been here consistently, and we obviously, it seems like we never agree on anything. But nonetheless, but, you know, and I just want to, there's a couple of questions I want to ask. First off, it's not about the surcharge. It's, once again, it's about the contestability. But I do want to say that the 31 cents basically is to prevent the drought from occurring, you know, and, you know, it's a guaranteed revenue in essence to be able to provide revenue so that way it assists us to have funds to prevent drought, to prevent this from everybody else. And not having those funds, then once again, you know, not having those funds or losing those industry partners will cause our rates to go up. And, you know, I know, and so, but the other thing is that Buck and Peter, so the citizens of Corpus Christi consume about, I mean, literally, just the citizens of Corpus Christi, because we have our wholesalers, which has Clayburgh County, Live Oak, San Patricio County, B County. So we have all those utilizers, I mean, in addition, you know, South Texas Water Authority, all their users. The citizens of Corpus Christi that this ballot initiative, they only consume 13% of the water. So we're going to have this impact on this arrangement, and yet it affects a minority of the user. Is that going to create contestability as well? I mean, could the individuals from San Patricio County come say, hey, this affects me, or Clayburgh County, or B County?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Buck.
I guess I would say to the extent that we try to apply these provisions to those outside parties, they would have grounds to challenge.
They'd have no grounds to
I
challenge?
said they would have grounds to challenge.
They would have grounds to challenge as well.
Right.
So our customers, our wholesale customers would have grounds to challenge as well.
Right.
Because
If we attempted to apply to them, yes.
Yeah, because, and then again, because their rate structure is going to change because it's all dependent on what we utilize for our future water needs.
Right, and Councilman, we talked about this before, but with the wholesalers, just to put some names to it, so it's cities and communities like Beeville.
Yes.
Mathis, Alice, San Patricio Municipal Water District.
Yeah, Jim.
They don't report to me or this city council. They're whole and separate entities, so we can't set their rates for them.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. The Fair Water Amendment says you, city council, are going to set rates for 5 entities, but you don't have the authority to do that. So just to give, you know, just to explain it simply.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear that it's problematic. It's problematic. It's not as simple as just taking it to the voters of Corpus Christi. I mean, you know, in essence, we could do a 3-signature memo next week and say we're just going to end the IDA. I mean, not the IDA, the surcharge exemption fee. I mean, that's something that could be done that I think would have less contestability. I wouldn't do it, but I could say if you get 3 signatures to do it, that would remove the contestability of it, you know? So you get 3 signatures and put it on the agenda. But, you know, I mean, these individuals worked hard. I give it to them. I mean, I've knocked on a lot of doors myself, you know? And so it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's hard to find paid staff too. So but, you know, once again, I think it's contestable on a lot of different levels. The things that it is problematic. I mean, Councilman Hernandez brought up some other issues, and then once again, the whole idea of the surcharge was to prevent the purpose of the surcharge is to provide a water source that is uninterruptible. And that 31 cents would go on into perpetuity, subject to every 5 years that it would increase. So, all right, that's all I got to say.
That's my third.
Councilman Scott,
We get
sorry.
3, right?
Yeah.
So, I think this is off the core conversation, but I think it's relevant. I mean, the interesting thing is we're spending a whole bunch of money to make sure we don't get in stage 1. And the interesting thing about that is that industry is paying that 31 cents per 1,000 gallons, and they will remain, they would continue to pay that as we were not in stage one. So I do think there's going to be a reduction in income. I don't know that that's impactful. I think the issue today is you got the signatures. I think we all wish it may have been sooner, but I think it still has to go to the legislature. So I'm going to remain that I respect the work that you've done. I do think that based on our legal opinion that it should go before the legislature for their approval and then go to the ballot and let the people decide. But I did want to make that point is I do think there'll be a reduction in overall income because of that 31 cents that's paid even when we're not in stage one, which is what we're all spending money to avoid for many years to come. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so there's a lot of back and forth about, how much money we would lose or, and there's the argument that we could actually make more money. So, and then I just heard Councilman, Barrera just say that we could do a memo and put it on the agenda and just remove it. Now that all this work has been done, which we could have done anytime, but now because it's here and there's a possibility that it may be passed, now he's offering this. So anyway, just,
Not offering anything.
well, you stated it, you mentioned it. Anyway, the point being that, Peter, you've also been mentioning that, we'd have to be collecting the money, from somebody. But all the projects that we have are going to be raising water rates. I mean, seriously, come on. It's the truth. $1 billion that we have invested in our projects are going to increase water rates one way or another. So let's just be equitable. That's all we're saying. Be equitable. And this is what this Fair Water Amendment will do. It will make it equitable. Now, we want to, right now, we want to nitpick it. We want to, break it down and look into, each paragraph or what have you. I say that's for the attorneys to do, not us. Right now, we have an obligation, again, to just place it on the voters, let them decide, and then we can argue it legally. But right now, I hope that we let the voters decide. So call the question.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I just want to state it again. I think this is bad policy. I think it's bad policy. I won't be supporting it if it gets on the ballot. But I disagree with it, right? And I'll say it again. I think I've said it enough times, right? But I can't not follow the rules. I cannot disregard what our charter says, and I can't stretch the truth to make this climate change. I got to do it the right way. I have to say I hope it doesn't pass. And if you would have come to me to write it, I could have done better for you. But I can't. Like I said, I'm going to support what Councilwoman's motion is because it's the right thing. It is the right way to do it. But I will be not supporting the amendment. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Rebecca, was that a second?
So we had a motion and a second on the floor made by Ms. Campos and seconded by Mr. Cantu to adopt option number 2, which was to call for the special election.
Okay. And that's, okay. All right. So the only other, I had one more question. The only other item, the only possibility, today's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If we were to do a special meeting on Monday, would that give you time to get an
would have to-
answer from the state.
Right, well, maybe.
So which state agency are you looking for? So it's the Texas Municipal League, that's just a,
Respectfully,
sorry?
if we need to go to TML, if we need to go, because we didn't do that step.
So TML is it's not a state agency, it's an association of Texas cities.
Sure.
But certainly we could go to them. But I'm fairly confident they're going to echo the Secretary of State and say, yes, there's an argument that there's climate change, because there is. And obviously there's a counter argument that it's not, because we've received 2 written opinions from attorneys that it's not. So I mean, I don't argue that fact. There is an argument that it's not, but I'm concluding that it is.
Okay. Thank you for that. Honest answer and direct. Miss Rebecca? Let's do it. All right. It is headed to the ballot. Before we move on to the final item on the agenda, I do want to say thank you to both sides and everyone in this room that we could have this dialogue in a productive manner. All right. Our last item this evening is a water supply update from Mr. Nick Winkleman, who I'm sure you have this memorized by now.
Good evening, Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. First, I'd like to provide an update on the surface water supply. And I'd like to go through some of the pictures that we have. The top row of pictures is the Choke Canyon Reservoir. See Choke Canyon at the lower point of the reservoir was on the left, and then a recent picture is on the right. It's pictures taken from pretty close to the same spot. Lake Corpus Christi, again, these pictures are taken close or near the same spot. Certainly Lake Corpus Christi is a much more dramatic increase in the reservoir levels. Lake Corpus Christi today is at 91.7% capacity. A year ago, it was 19.3% capacity. Choke Canyon Reservoir is at 24.6 capacity. A year ago, it was 12.6%. Our combined capacity today is 43.3%, and the combined capacity a year ago was 14.5%. Lake Texana currently is at 96% capacity, and a year ago is at 95. And just a note that all of our requested water from the lower Colorado River is available. There is no curtailments from the lower Colorado River Authority. Some of the reasons for the inflows into our 2 reservoirs, as you know, are the rainfalls in the upper portion of the watershed. This is the stream flow gauge data from the USGS website. This is taken from this morning, about 8:15 a.m. or so. One thing that I would like to point out is the Nueces River gauge at 3 Rivers. As of this morning, is 1,200 cubic feet per second. That is a significant decrease over where it was from the last week. So from that, we know the inflows are substantially decreasing into Lake Corpus Christi. The gauge nearest Choke Canyon Reservoir is the Frio River at Tilden. The Frio River is flowing at 0.17 cubic feet per second. So over the last week or more, the inflows have all but stopped into the Choke Canyon Reservoir. And you can see that from the daily reservoir percentages. Now I'd like to talk about our ongoing new water supply projects. The Nueces groundwater program continues to progress. In fact, construction has begun on the 12-mile conveyance line from the western well field to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant. Design and construction continues. There's preparations being made at Owen Stevens for the installation of the brackish reverse osmosis equipment. There has been a request to the groundwater district to aggregate our production across all the wells in the western reservoir and the ERF property. The district has postponed a decision on that, but they have provided us temporary permits to continue drilling on the Ed Rochelle property. Couple of things to note: there was no request for additional production. The request was solely to spread the same production over more wells and over more property. The daily production is determined by various factors, including the TCEQ monitoring protocol, operational decisions, system requirements, and best management practices. CCW continues to work with our hydrogeologists on updating the model for Nueces County as we obtain more information. In fact, just this morning I sent additional information on the pumping test for the 12th well on the western well field to our hydrogeologists to include into the model. The model continues to be updated. Wastewater reuse, the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant, that's approximately 3 million gallons a day. Valero is constructing their conveyance line from Greenwood to their facility. A large portion of that conveyance line is in fact complete and in the ground. Approximately 8 of the 9 miles has actually been installed in the ground. Valero is moving at a very high speed. Currently, they still need to construct the pump station at Greenwood, and then there was also a 10 million gallon ground storage tank that will be at Greenwood. However, CCW staff is working with Valero so that they can start taking the 3 million gallons a day ahead of the construction of that 10 million gallon a day storage tank. At the Allison wastewater treatment plant, the city has an agreement with Flint Hills Resources. Flint Hills continues to progress on the construction of their water treatment facility that is located adjacent to the Allison wastewater treatment plant. We are working closely with Flint Hills, and we're expecting them to begin taking water early fall. The Oso wastewater treatment plant, which is a big component of our wastewater reuse program, as it is our largest wastewater treatment plant within the city. This conveyance line would convey approximately 11 million gallons a day from Oso to Greenwood. That water would then be placed into that 10 million gallon storage tank that Valero is building for the city, and from there it'll be sold to other customers. And of course, Valero has already agreed to purchase 5 million gallons a day of that 11. And then the city is also working with other entities to potentially look at the Broadway wastewater treatment plant, which could be another 2 million gallons a day, and then to sell the remaining effluent water from the Oso wastewater treatment plant. Our other groundwater project is the Evangeline project located in San Patricio County. We are currently still waiting on the requested dates for the contested case hearing. The seller's attorney has issued an order presenting proposed dates to the administrative law judge and requesting that the schedule gets solidified. We do not have any firm confirmation of any dates, and we will advise this council as soon as we have a schedule. The construction on the site continues. There's approximately 36,000 linear feet of pipeline installed. And the pictures to the right are just some of the recent pictures taken from the site. You can see the HDPE pipe on the top picture. That's a 36-inch diameter pipe that is currently being installed. Additional water supply projects include the Seven Seas Water Group. They are exploring a water well project, a groundwater project located at Chapman Ranch. They have constructed a 3,500-foot test hole, and just this week, geophysical logging has been completed on that test hole. The geophysical logging will help them identify the production zones, which they will then screen and conduct an aquifer test. As part of that project, they will be constructing one monitoring well nearby. That's a key component of the aquifer test, and it'll provide another data point for their hydrogeologist. CCW and staff are currently reviewing a sample contract with 7Cs. In fact, just today, we're able to set up a meeting with them later this week that will take place later this week. The details of that contract, including total volume produced, are yet to be determined. We are waiting on the results and analysis of the hydrogeological work that is being conducted. Regards to the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Project, the modeling report that is prepared by Spheros Environmental has been completed and it was posted on our Securing Water website on July 31st. The city has also requested 2 TWDB restructuring of the loan commitment. That request was submitted on June 18th. Once staff has a recommendation, then it will go to the board for review and approval. We currently do not know what board meeting it would be on. I do know that the next TWDB board meetings are August 14th and September 10th. Additionally, CCW is working with the coastal bend bays and estuaries. They have provided a number of entities that would potentially be willing to conduct an independent review of the far-field model themselves. We are reviewing that information. I talked with Dr. Sansel today, and we have another call planned tomorrow to try and move that process forward. Regards to Harbor Island, the Nueces River Authority's seawater desalination project at Harbor Island, they're working with their development partner to proceed to get to 30% design and a potential cost of treated water. We have been informed that that would be done in the next 90 to 120 days. The TCEQ intake permit has been approved, and it is expected that the TCEQ discharge permit would be approved near the end of the calendar year. I haven't received any recent updates on that this week. The city has also been working with CC Polymers and Aquatech. Aquatech is the entity that would complete the seawater desalination plant located at CC Polymers in the ship channel. That plant is, we've been told, about 85% complete. Aquatech would complete that project and then supply water to both CC Polymers and potentially provide water to the city as well. Signed a letter of intent, and that was received on August 6th by the city. We're waiting to schedule the next meeting with Aquatech to discuss the next steps, which will be going into details on a water supply agreement. In regards to Barney Davis, city staff and the city manager met with the interim CEO of CPS Energy just yesterday to discuss the next steps in a potential land lease agreement for a seawater desalination plant located at that facility. And that's my update, so I'll stand by for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Nick. Okay, Councilmember Hernandez.
Recently, we received a memo from State Representative Villalobos about her desire to abolish the ASR district. Can you give us some of your thoughts on what that would mean if that got abolished?
Councilman, I don't have enough information. If the groundwater conservation district is abolished, then would there be, and I'm sorry, I only have questions, but my questions are, would there be no groundwater conservation district in Nueces County? Would there be another one formed? Would the new one formed be a taxing entity or not? I don't know. How would the board be elected? How would the rules be made? I really don't have any more information to share with you on that.
Well, I'm just trying to make it a practical thought process, right? So without an ASR, without a conservation district, it's just, you do what you want, basically. If you own the property or the rights to the water, you get what there's no rules other than the right of capture, correct?
The rule of capture, that's correct.
Okay, so nothing would actually change for us if the ASR district was abolished. Technically, if nothing else replaced it, nothing would change really from our perspective of getting that water. We just wouldn't regulate the wells that are in the city.
So, yeah, I like what you said, and you bring up a good point. So currently, the district does include a fair portion of Nueces County, and wells that aren't exempt, residential or livestock wells are exempt, but they currently have to get a permit approved by the existing groundwater conservation district. Some of the recent permits that have been approved has been, ISD wells. The Corpus Christi ISD has submitted some irrigation wells, and there's some other wells also. So you would lose oversight in that manner as well. The city itself and CCW would operate its well field per our best management practices. We wouldn't slow down our monitoring efforts, and we would continue to utilize the groundwater resource as a diversification of the water supply and as needed.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask this is, and then you guys are going to have to do this, and in some sense, maybe negotiate with, or lobby our state legislature directly and see. I mean, I don't think losing the entire district, ASR district, for what we have within the city limits of Corpus Christi would be beneficial to us if it's just the area annexed and that have that. But if we're going to abolish the entire thing without a replacement, or what that replacement looks like, because then if you're doing that, then that conservation district, whatever occurs, also occurs within the city limits of Corpus Christi. So, I mean, we want to know what realistically what the end looks like, not just what, and I think we need to have this conversation. Ryan needs to have this conversation to make sure that we understand what the ultimate goal is.
I agree, Councilman.
Right, regardless if it's a taxing entity or not, or if it's done by fees or whatever that is, we need to understand what the end goal is that she ultimately sees, or what it looks like. Because, I mean, we don't tax anybody on this, right? So I want to make sure that we have a clear picture and maybe even provide some recommendations, right? So what does it look like? What happens? All right. And then you had mentioned the letter of intent with Aquatech, and then also I'm assuming you're going to also look at a water supply agreement with 7 Seas as well for both of those projects.
Yeah, we have a meeting this week with 7 Seas. It was just we were able to find a time today and get that scheduled. But we have a draft water supply agreement. It's pretty rough that the two parties need to continue to work through. One of the key points is, in 7 Seas is working hard to get their hydrogeologic analysis done. So that's important because it will tell us about how much water may be sustainably available from that location.
Well, I mean, the size of Chapman Ranch is the same size as the Welder Ranch, right? So it's 23,000 acres, or actually I think there might be 24. I don't know the exact amount, but you have quite a bit of property there that you can, you can probably adjust it to what you need it to be.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of land doesn't necessarily, it's beneficial, but doesn't necessarily dictate the productivity of the aquifer in that location.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. So and when do you think you'll know that information?
The original estimates, the original schedule they gave us is that they would have that report, I think it was going to be finalized before the end of September or so. So we're still you know, they haven't, they've just finished their geophysical logging on the test well. They've got to determine the zones, the screen zones that they're going to test. The testing itself will take some time. And then, and I'm not sure how long the aquifer test will be, but that data's got to be analyzed by a hydrogeologist and then a report put forth. But
Their hydrogeologist or ours?
they've retained a hydrogeologist first, so they will prepare and submit a report, and then we'll let our hydrogeologist take a look.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, losing oversight of that could harm the city and the people that we supply water to. So my question is this: did Denise Villalobos have the courtesy to come to the city and tell them what she was proposing?
So, Councilman, we did meet with her. That was about 2 weeks or so ago. I don't remember the exact date. And she shared with us that she was drafting legislation to present in the next session that would abolish the Corpus Christi Groundwater Conservation District. The details of that act was not discussed during our meeting.
Did the city reach out to her, or did she reach out to you?
We reached out to her to set up.
That's what I thought. That's disappointing, because if she's going to do something like that that's going to affect the city, she should have reached out to the city. She's playing an Abbott card. Thank you. Abbott.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Winkleman? Thank you very much again for your presentation, Nick. And seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.